What's up, motherfuckers? Alright, tab refreshes, couple other things. We're getting into it, don't worry about it. Ugh. So here's an interesting question for you folks. What is your favorite franchise, your favorite fandom? Obviously, I have several which would qualify. Transformers would definitely be up there. Power Rangers would be there. Power Rangers Super Sentai, because for me, they both are the same thing. Well, it's not just for me. Like, definitionally, they are exactly the same. Definitionally, they both give viewers the same experience. Like, that is just true across the board. Attempts to argue otherwise are utter falsehoods. Definitionally, Power Rangers and Super Sentai are the same. So yeah, they get the same from me. Star Wars, Star Trek, another couple of franchises I love to death, 100%. D&D, Digimon. Digimon, though, can be a little weird because, to a certain degree, definitionally speaking, it is the same as Pokemon or Monster Hunter, or, a lot of other franchises. Because they were designed to be very much similar, very almost the exact same thing. Methodology and things of that nature with the franchises are different, obviously, but fundamentally, like the base of the franchise, like what it's based on, what it comes from, etc., that is definitionally the same. And even the people in Japan who created these franchises have come out and said, yeah, they are basically the same damn thing. So it's an interesting cross comparison. And that would be like another question I would ask today of my viewing audience. What franchises do you feel are basically the same versus being definitionally different? Now, I want to explain what I mean by this. Okay, so definitionally speaking, what franchises do you feel are the same? What do you feel are different, even if they contain um, similarities one to the other? Now, when I say definitionally, I mean if you break the franchise down to its basic elements, down to brass tacks, as we say, would those basic elements be the same for each franchise? I think this is a terribly interesting question to ask. Because I think, definitionally speaking, that honestly, most franchises that are similar to one another would actually end up being the same. Because I think if you break them down to brass tacks, it comes down to the same premise. Take Star Wars and Star Trek. There are obvious differences between each of those franchises. We cannot argue that. Like, the Force is probably the biggest difference, meaning the Jedi and the Sith and the Grey Jedi and other Force users. We don't have a real equivalent of that in Star Trek. Another major difference in my mind is the generated conflicts in each franchise. Primarily in Star Wars, you have a good versus evil scenario. And that's been really pretty consistent from day one with that particular franchise. The conflicts tend to, at least in anything live action or animated, tend to be relatively black and white. There's no real gray area. But that's not true with Star Trek. Star Trek has always dealt with a lot of shades of gray. Are there certainly elements or factions or groups that are defined as being hardcore evil? Absolutely, certainly there are. But realistically, that's a very small amount. Usually you find it's an individual or a small group of individuals working together that are considered the bad guys, the evil guys. It's not an entire like species or planetary system or what have you. It's usually a small subsect of those individuals. So there are shades of gray. Like, I'll give you an example. In Star Trek, the Romulans are not technically evil. They don't fit the definition of the term evil. They are definitionally kind of that gray area. They're very aggressive, they're very expansionist. They don't like other races very much. Sure, but that doesn't mean they're evil. It just means that they are mostly antisocial. Because mostly they stick to themselves. Klingons are very similar to the Romulans in many, many ways. In almost every way, honestly. Like in terms of their government, their philosophy on life, etc. But Klingons are not evil. They're actually mostly neutral. They seek to test themselves against the strongest. They live by the philosophy that the weak shall rule, the strong shall rule, the weak shall serve or die. Either way is fine with them. And that's more or less the general philosophy of the Romulans. The biggest difference and the only major difference between Romulans and Klingons is that Romulans are an offshoot of the Vulcan race. Klingons are not. Klingons are just naturally assholes. Like, that's just kind of what they are and who they are. So, and I discuss all that in order to just kind of highlight how much Star Trek deals in shades of gray versus Star Wars dealing in almost exclusively good versus evil conflicts and ignoring the obvious shades of gray that are there. Their storylines are almost exclusively around this group of people is a good group, this group of people is a bad group, and they are in conflict with one another. But whether Star Wars admits to it or not, there are some pretty blatant shades of gray in their lore. Like, there's a lot of shades of gray in Star Wars lore. So while the storylines in Star Wars may deal almost exclusively with good versus evil or what their concepts of good versus evil are, the actual lore doesn't necessarily support that. So they're more like Star Trek than people might consider. Also, if you actually sit and think about it, definitionally speaking, the technology of the two franchises are also very similar. They have different methods for doing certain things, like faster than light style travel, but they use essentially the same basic technology. It's just expressed differently with different limitations depending on the franchise. Which I honestly find very interesting. So, like I said, I would like to know definitionally speaking, and by definitionally I meaning, like I said, if you break things down to the bottom line, to the brass tacks, definitionally speaking, what franchises do you feel are basically the same, and which ones do you feel are different one to the other? And I'd also like to know what your favorite franchises are. Is it like Harry Potter? Is it Lord of the Rings? Is it Wheel of Time, Fallout, Mario, Sonic, or whatever else? Like there's so many franchises and fandoms available today. So, what are your favorite franchises? And maybe tell me why. And what franchises do you feel are definitionally the same? And what ones do you feel that, while similar, are definitionally different one to the other? And hello, Mid. While I am entirely capable of understanding a fair bit of Spanish language, perhaps more so than your average general American, and while I may be able to speak and pronounce a fair bit of language, perhaps more so than your average American, I try not to because I have not mastered the language. Also, my memory is really shitty, so um, remembering definitions and putting sentences together when spoken in Spanish can be rather difficult for me. But my question I asked would apply to you, Mid. What franchises are your favorites and why? And what franchises do you feel that, definitionally speaking, are the same? And what franchises do you feel are, definitionally speaking, different from one another? I'm gonna make you use that little pea brain of yours there, Junior. Like, for me, some franchises that I feel, if broken down to their most basic elements, brass tacks, are definitionally speaking the same, are Star Wars and Star Trek. Definitionally speaking, I believe they are both the same. Pokemon, Digimon, other similar like monster hunting, monster capturing franchises definitionally are the same, one to the other. Um, there are some others that I feel are definitionally the same, one to the other. I can't remember them right off the top of my head because there's just so much out there, but there are some.
Yes, my motor companion. Pick up. Get my wagon. This is going to be a big one. How so?
Kermit, you're emo now that Miss Piggy cheated?
Cut my wife in 2 pieces. Sold her to the bacon store. Suffocation. No breathing. That's what I did. Gave her a good
What?
Honestly, that was bars, though.
Thanks, man. Definitely going to federal prison, though.
Kermit, you're
This is Top Gun right here. The police department in Pennsylvania.
in Iowa.
How do you get, Juliet?
My wife told me in our living room that I couldn't afford it or somewhere and slid her demands across the coffee table. At the first hearing, after 5 years of family silence, the man who sat beside me made her attorney stop so I could give her a sentence she never thought I was desperate enough to hear. You're not going to fight me, Nathan, Claire said, tapping one painted fingernail in the photo she always between us. You can't afford to. She said it in her living room, under the family photos she had chosen in the shows I know.
I said franchises, not game devs. There's a difference. Game devs may necessarily create the franchises, but they are not the franchises themselves. They are game developers. They are creators. So, Rockstar, Naughty Dog, Game Freak, not franchises. I don't get any fascination with Pokemon. Pokemon is shit. Red Dead, I'm down with. I'm down with GTA. Last of Us and Uncharted, I'm kind of meh on. Like, I'm not going to say I necessarily dislike them, but I'm not going to say that I necessarily like them either, because I don't know enough of The Last of Us and Uncharted to really speak on either franchise. I just don't know them. So I'm very much neutral on those two. Capcom has some good stuff to it. Like, Mega Man is interesting. I don't know, I'd say like I'm a huge Mega Man fan. I probably would say that. But I do find it interesting as a concept. And a lot of the games are very interesting. As long as I'm not the one trying to fucking play them and being pissed all the time. Bakugan. I loved Bakugan. I loved Bakugan. It was so good. Last I knew, they had a new Bakugan series out, but it was very kidified and very difficult to watch. I was watching it, trying to get through it. I could only watch a couple episodes at a time because they kidified the concept so much. It went from being from ages 5 and up to being from age about 1 to maybe 8. 10 at the outside. Like, it was really bad. And the animation of the Bakugan I did see in the first, like, 10 episodes that I watched, God, I hated how they looked. They looked so bad. Like, I'm not trying to say that to be mean or disrespectful, but like, I really hated the designs of the Bakugan I saw in the first like 10 or so episodes of the series that I watched. They were just terrible. And to be honest, the final season of Bakugan before the overly kidified series came out, I think it was titled Mectanium Surge. I don't remember off the top of my head. There were some Bakugan in that whose designs I was less than enthusiastic about. If you're a fan of the series like you're saying, you'll know, before I even say what I'm going to say, you'll know the ones I'm talking about. So the final series of Bakugan, which I thought the concept of it was pretty solid. but I felt some of the designs were really terrible. Centered around Bakugan being able to call essentially mechs to come fight with them. And some of those mechs had gained not just sentience, but independence. And that wasn't supposed to happen. For whatever reason, they never really explained why that shouldn't have happened. In point of fact, I kind of felt that the series itself was basically saying that all the mechs, the Bakugan mechs, should be able to be sentient and independent, and that they were in fact not true Bakugan, but were kind of sort of related to the Bakugan. That they were created by but weren't true Bakugan in and of themselves. Which, like I said, as a concept, I'm all for it. It brought something new and fresh to a series that by that point was beginning to feel relatively stale. Because it had gone through, what, like 6 seasons through 4 or 5 different series by that point. So it was definitely starting to feel a little bit stale to watch. A lot of things just seem to be the same shit rehashed with different names. So they brought in this concept of these mech creatures that the Bakugan create, and that brought something new and exciting as a concept to the franchise. But in terms of story, I felt that they failed on the story aspect of it.
Launching probe.
I thought the designs were really just dull and very much just dumb. I looked at these things and I don't get excited to see them. How they got used in the series kind of, I felt, was really poorly done. Like, I get what they were going for in that final series. I just felt that realistically they just fell short of the mark. Like, that was my issue with that series. But up until then, I actually quite enjoyed the majority of what I saw in Bakugan. I thought most of it was well done. I actually didn't have any problem with Gundalium Invaders. Because, again, I felt that it kind of brought something new to a franchise that was, in terms of the anime and or cartoon based on it, had been going, I thought, kind of stale at that point.
Launching probe.
But yeah, Bakugan I felt was was really good, for the most part. Now, you said you don't understand Digimon. Honestly, it's not that difficult to understand. So, let me kind of try to break this down for you, like dumb it down, to help you understand it, Mid. The basis of Digimon is, first and foremost, that everything we create digitally has created one or more different planes of reality in digital space. So basically we created, as humanity, new form of life. And that new form of life, over time, evolved to sentience. That's what Digimon are. Now, for the longest time, Digimon were just fine on their own. They didn't need outside assistance from anything or anybody. They ruled themselves, essentially. But there came a time when society had evolved enough in the digital world that great evils started to rise up, and the Digimon found that they did not have the power themselves to do anything about it. They discovered that they needed to make themselves known to humanity to gain the power to bring peace, at least temporarily, back to the digital world. So, thus, Digimon were born as we know them today.
Launching probe.
That is basically the concept of Digimon. So does that kind of help you understand what Digimon is?
Probe launched. Launching probe. Probe away.
Like, honestly, It's a lot harder to understand the lore of Mass Effect than it is Digimon. Digimon is actually pretty simple, all things considered.
Probe launched.
But the lore in Mass Effect is actually pretty fucking complicated. So, at some unknown point in the history of the Mass Effect universe,
Probe launched.
life was created. Whether it was created by a god or natural evolution, or like whatever the reason was, life came to be. From that life, sentience was born.
Launching probe. Probe launched.
Now, this is where things get really murky. Because at some point in the distant past of the Mass Effect universe, technology of the original inhabitants of the entire universe of Mass Effect evolved to the point where the sentient life that was alive at the time created a group of robotic life
Probe launched.
called the Reapers. At some point after their creation, the Reapers themselves gained sentience. At some point after they gained sentience, they decided that they needed to start working on creating what they considered to be the perfect and ultimate form of life. Something very similar to themselves. And they decided that their best method to do that was going to be to allow organic life to
Anomaly detected.
grow and evolve
Probe away.
to a specific point and then to
Probe away.
murder all sentient life that they could find, harvest their technology. They called this the harvest. They call it harvesting
Probe launched.
sentient life and technology because they consider biological life to be inferior. They consider us to be imperfect. And, you know, as a side note, to be fair, they're not 100% wrong. Biological life is imperfect. It is, in many respects, inferior. So, like, the Reapers aren't necessarily wrong in how they view biological sentient life or biological life in and of itself, because biologically based life is not perfect.
Probe away.
But the flip side of that same coin, what the Reapers don't want to acknowledge or believe in is that mechanical life is not by definition perfect either. They are equally as flawed as biological life is, whether that mechanical life wishes to acknowledge that fact doesn't change it from being factual. Just as a side note about, like, the Reapers and the Geth, which we'll get into later. So, like I said, at some point, the Reapers gain sentience, then they gain independence from their creators. To my knowledge, it's never been stated who officially created the Reaper race and how long ago that creation was. We know that that creation was hundreds of thousands, if not millions of years prior to the events of Mass Effect 1. That is all we really know. The suspicion is that it was actually millions of years. Maybe tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years prior. So the Reapers, once they gain sentience and independence, decide that they need to harvest biological life and biological technology every so often. It's about every 50,000 years or so. Part of it is because they feel that is the point where biological life can and will start becoming strong enough to challenge the Reapers and maybe hurt them or destroy them. Mostly it's because they feel that that is the perfect amount of time for biological life to go through without having the cycle restarted. Now, how they came to that conclusion is a mystery. I have never heard, read, or seen anything that describes how the Reapers came to the thought of the conclusion that 50,000 years was the perfect time cycle for them to allow biological life to flourish and grow and evolve as much as it was going to in that period of time before coming to harvest biological life and the technology it creates in that period of time. I have no idea what the factors are that went into that particular calculation, or any of the calculations that went into the Reaper's decisions about harvesting biological life and its technology after specific periods of time, etc. Like, all of that is just really odd. It's really weird. I don't remember anything that explains any of it. I'm fairly certain that Midway or whatever the dev name is, the game dev name is, for the people that are behind the Mass Effect series, I don't know that they've ever defined that lore. I don't know that they've went to the trouble to go, okay, this is how these beings came to the decisions that they came to. This is the processes that went into it, etc. I don't think they've ever defined that at all. If they did, I don't know about it. But that's basically what the Reapers are. They are a form of sentient mechanical life who believes that um, biological life is imperfect, that the, mechanical life is perfect, and they are trying to create some kind of perfect life form that is going to end up being mechanically based. And to do so, they feel that they have to let sentient life flourish for an extended period. Then they come in from dark space where they hide. Dark space being an area of the universe that is unexplored by anyone or anything except apparently the Reapers. That is too dangerous for biological life to go into because we don't know what's out there. Like, we can't prepare for it properly. So they hide out there. They wait. They go into, like, apparently, allegedly, some kind of, like, hibernation mode. They wait 50,000 years. They come back. They kill all biological life. They harvest that life. They harvest the technology. Some of the biological life, each cycle is captured and turned into various types of slaves, such as the collectors, the husk, the I think there's like at least one other variation. I don't remember what it is. But most biological life is just straight up murdered. Then they leave and they redo everything after harvesting technology and shit. And this cycle, like I said, has been going on for nobody really knows how long in Mass Effect. It's been going on for seemingly forever. But again, like, the decisions behind it are unclear on behalf of the Reapers. We don't really know why they made the decisions they did, what factors went into them making those choices, or anything else. We just know those are the choices that they made. So it is what it is. But it's a much more complicated backstory to try to understand, especially given that there's so many factors to the backstory that really haven't been made clear, that we don't really know. So there's that. All right, I need to get up, grab some coffee, run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Hang tight. All right.
Than shouting would have. My mother covered her mouth. Brianna saw her business on the transfer chart and moved her chair away from Jake. Kara looked at me as if I had personally arranged every record she created. You set me up. I spoke from my seat. I gave you the microphone you asked for. The commission approved protection. The developer terminated Blue Heron's option, leaving Carol's company with the pets. The lender returned the brooch, and prosecutors opened cases involving forgery, attempted financial exploitation, and false filings. I felt
We are back.
the family consequences came slower. Linda admitted Carol promised the sale would fund Grandma's care. She suspended me because Carol claimed I planned to donate the house. My mother apologized, but I did not call it fine. You believed the version that required the least courage from you. I said, I love you. You are not going back on the trust. She nodded through tears. Love did not restore access. An apology did not record the signature. Jake and Brianna separated. Brianna redeemed the untouched transfer and cooperated with her claimed that Carol misled her, though her company lost two contracts. She sent Grandma an apology without asking forgiveness. Jake tried to tell relatives that he had only repeated what Carol believed. Grandma answered him at Sunday dinner. A rumor needs a mouth as much as it needs a liar. He stopped talking. Carol lost medical access and could not enter the lake house without written permission. Her church committee asked her to step down after the meeting video spread. A microphone and her own paperwork did what none of us managed. Daniel became the hero that not mattered. He used no anyone. He brought Grandma home.
Contact neutralized.
Sit down!
Next.
Those were the ones I stopped inviting into my private life. Grandma moved into the restored lake house full-time that spring with a licensed aide she chose herself. I remained trustee alongside an independent fiduciary appointed by the court. No family member could move money with a phone call and a sad story anymore. On the first warm evening, I sat with Grandma on the porch while she sorted old recipe cards into a clean wooden box. Daniel repaired the loose screen door without being asked. The museum had returned the empty velvet case after cataloging it, and I used it to hold the old brass key that no longer opened anything. Grandma closed the lid and pushed the box toward me. Keep it anyway, she said. Not every useless key is useless. Some remind you why you changed the lock. After she went inside, I tied the new blue ribbon around the box and placed it in the porch drawer. Daniel reached for my hand. Across the lake, the last construction survey markers from the canceled condominium project leaned crooked in the mud. I watched the screen door settle into its new frame, heard the latch catch cleanly, and did not get up to check it twice.
I came home early and found my wife.
Killed that one.
They told me it was just a major accident, but the bruise on Eleanor's wrist told me a very different story. Before I go, make sure you subscribe and tell me where you're listening from.
One down.
I still feel that heavy weight in my feet. Stepping into dimension.
Put him down!
Strange.
Back up!
rehearsed this story more than once. I stepped closer to Eleanor's bed. When my old hand touched hers, I saw a dark blue stretching across her wrist. Not a minor bump, not the kind of fall I'd seen in countless injury cases. This was a sign of force. Someone had held her, not to protect, but to control. My heart tightened with a slow, heavy beat. Asked Mark why he hadn't called me immediately. He said, "Dad, you were busy at the conference. I didn't want to worry you." He added that everything was under control. I heard those words as if someone had slammed a hand onto my shoulders, pressing me down under control. What gave them that run? They even suggested I go home and rest. A gentle suggestion, but in Mark's voice, I heard the tone of someone trying to push me out of his door. I stared at them for a few seconds, letting the weight of my gaze press down so they would understand I wasn't pacified.
Shield to fail.
Just watch them understand the nature of it. Expressions were the easiest things to control. Apparently he had listened, but in a way I had never wanted.
Inflammable. Forget which. Doesn't matter.
Had begun to rise inside me. Suspicion that this slip was no accident. Suspicion that days of silence were the oversight. Suspicion that Mark and Chloe's calm wasn't strength. It was the calm of me, unafraid of being calm, sitting in the car. I felt it clearly. All the instincts that once let me see the
Taking cover!
were screaming at something twisted, abnormal, dangerous.
I'm going in!
Right in my own face.
Could burn through any armor.
Into a battle I never
Headshot. Which I was standing down with. Next.
Only Mark had access to the business accounts and the funds tied to our assets. But this wasn't just greed. It was precise, too precise. He knew the limits, knew the rules, knew how to slip through the cracks. And that scared me in a particular way. He learned those tricks from me. In that moment, I saw his calm expression again back in the ICU. Earlier, it had only felt suspicious. Now, it looked calculated. Kept digging through the archive files and found something even worse. Mark and Chloe had met with our old family attorney, Richard Hayes, the man who drafted Eleanor's will. Their appointment was scheduled exactly 3 days before accessed your mother's fund. You met with Hayes behind our backs. From this moment on, every account you manage is frozen. On the other end, silence stretched tight like a held breath. I thought he'd explain, but no. Mark let out a soft laugh. So flat, so empty, I had to clench my fist just to keep steady. Then he said, Dad should take care of his health. I'd hate to see you have a stair accident. That sentence made me rise from my chair, not out of fear, but because I knew exactly what I just heard. Mark wasn't innocent. He wasn't panicking. He wasn't covering up. He was warning me. No, not warning. Threatening. I closed the phone slowly, deliberately inside me.
Change of plans, Commander. Urgent message coming in from you, listen, man.
I wasn't
Passing him in through the comm.
I just felt one thing sharper than everything else. If I didn't
Damn
get
it.
to the end, the next one in the ICU could be me. And Eleanor might never have slipped at all. I looked up at the staircase again. Now it wasn't just a part of the house. It was a silent witness to an intentional crime. And I, an old man of 70, who thought he'd retired from every legal battlefield, was about to step into the last war of my life. After that threatening call from Mark, I knew I didn't have the luxury of sitting still and guessing. I wasn't the old, gullible father he thought I was. I was John Sterling, a man who'd stared down the best liars in court and made them confess with just a handful of questions. Mark might be my son, but pity wasn't going to cause a single detail. That night, I went back to my study and opened our home security system. If I wanted to know what really happened the night Eleanor fell, I had to start with the one thing closest, to manipulate the cameras. But the moment I logged in, I realized I was facing something more dangerous than deception. Someone had deliberately erased the footage. The staircase camera was disabled at the exact time of the so-called accident. The traces of tampering were clean and precise, not the work of someone acting on impulse. This was done by a person who knew what they were doing, or someone who had been coached very, very well. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the words, "No data found." For the first time in years, my hands trembled just a little. But luck or fate chose my side. The system was a secondary folder labeled backup log. Normally those files self-delete after 72 hours. But Mark had rushed his little cleanup job in one. Unsynced backup.
Shepard, we caught a break. I intercepted a distress call from a Turian patrol. They stumbled onto a collector ship beyond the Coral system. The Turians were wiped out, but not before they crippled the collector vessel. I need you to board that ship and get some hard data on the collectors. Find us a way to get to their homeworld.
Unknown number. I almost ignored it, but the instinct
Hard to imagine how a Turian patrol could take out a collector's ship.
Reports indicate the hull's intact, but all systems seem to be offline. They could be making repairs as we speak. I'm not saying it won't be dangerous. We can't let an opportunity like this slip by.
I sat up straight. Alice told me that on the night of the accident, she arrived at her usual time, but Mark and Chloe were already at the door. Mark said,
If they had a patrol out there, why aren't the Turians sending a recon team in?
They will, eventually. But I intercepted the transmission. In the meantime, we're feeding them false reports. You're close enough that you can be in and out before the Turians learn the truth.
repeated, "Go home. We don't need you tonight." According to Alice, as the door closed, she heard shouting inside. Eleanor's
You sure
voice
this information's good?
Information is my weapon, Shepard. It's good.
The same tone I'd heard on the phone just hours earlier. Alice wanted to call me, but she knew Mark was trying to control everything. She was afraid she'd only make things worse. When she stopped talking, I stayed silent for a long time. Every detail, every sentence.
Send me the coordinates and I'll take care of it.
Already sent. Once you're aboard the ship, establish an uplink with Edie. She'll mine their data for information regarding the Omega-4 relay. Good luck, Shepard.
I took a slow breath and reopened.
Coordinates punched in. Let's go find a collector ship.
This was right there. A clip only a few seconds long, blurry off angle, but clear enough to destroy their entire story. I saw Eleanor at the top of the stairs stepping back, her face tight, not with imbalance, but with fear. And in front of her, Chloe. In a brief, unmistakable moment, Chloe shoved her. Not an accident, not a slip, deliberate push. A heartbeat later, Mark appeared at the lower steps, looking up as if he had been waiting for
Hate it when they fucking. I'm trying to do something, they make me go do something else.
steady.
It annoys the shit out of me.
My wife didn't fall because of age. She was attacked. Attacked by the very people she once called family. In that silent study, a coldness settled over me. Not the cold of weather or age, but the kind that comes when
have a visual on the collector ship, Commander.
Very low emissions. Passive infrared temperatures suggest most systems are offline. Thrusters are cold.
It's massive. How the hell did the Turians take it out?
Mark and Chloe were smart, calculated. They had their own lawyer, and enough cunning to spin a new narrative. I needed a strategy, a strike we couldn't escape from.
Radar scans do not detect any hull breaches on the side facing us. I detect no Mass Effect field distortions. It appears the drive core is offline.
Rendezvous in 30 seconds, Commander. Good luck.
Strange mix of clarity and ice running down my spine. The bank statement she handed me, those disappearing amounts, small here, small there, but adding up to something enormous. Felt like they were pounding inside my jacket pocket, warning me with every step. But I knew financial evidence alone wasn't enough. If I wanted to drag Mark and Chloe out of whatever shadows they were hiding in, I needed to find the one thing they feared most, the truth they tried to bury. And one little detail from Elise's words kept circling in my mind. Lately, Mrs. Miller asked me to retrieve the files from the Sterling Charity Fund from 1989.
Let's get the spookballs in chat.
She had to find the receipt instead of asking me. And supposedly overseeing all the family accounts. Stepped into the elevator, my hand still gripping the documents. When the doors closed,
I've never seen a ship like this before.
Looks like a giant insect hive.
Penetrating scans have detected an
Remember the look Eleanor gave me before she collapsed?
access node to uplink with collector data banks.
She had something to
Marking
say.
location to your Hartson computer.
I made damn sure she never got the chance to speak. Outside the building, I called a taxi and brought the files back to our old apartment. I needed
Shepard, I've compared the ship's EM signature to known collector profiles. It is the vessel you encountered on Horizon.
Maybe the defense towers softened it for the Turians.
Perhaps the missing colonists are there, if they're still alive.
the transfers from the Sterling Charity Fund hadn't just been quiet.
These are the same containers the collectors used on Horizon.
Accounts tied to names
Only these are empty.
It must have been horrible, trapped in these pods. Helpless, completely at the mercy of the collectors. What happened here?
Bookkeeping tricks. They forgot. I spent over 5 decades running Sterling Group before handing
Why would the collectors just leave a pile of bodies lying around?
They must have been used for testing. If they were a control group, they would have been discarded at the end of the experiment.
handwritten note, shaky but familiar. Eleanor's handwriting.
There are worse things than death. Like being a test subject for twisted aliens.
I know you're right, but it doesn't make me feel any better.
My chest tightened like someone had reached in and twisted. Eleanor knew she had known something, but she had been afraid enough to leave a message like that. I stood up immediately, almost ran.
Yo, Gouda.
Steel box she mentioned wasn't an ordinary.
What up, old man?
What I gave her years ago. Biometric lock with her fingerprint and a spare key I kept in. The safe. I had practically forgotten it existed. Maybe I just never imagined I'd need it again. It clicked. Open a thick stack of yellow documents appeared. On top was the old version of Eleanor's will. The one where she left her entire share to the charity fund and only kept a small portion for the family. But the version
That's a collector.
last week.
Were they experimenting on one of their own? Edie, I'm uploading the data from this terminal. See if you can figure out what they were up to.
Data received. Analyzing. The collectors were running baseline genetic comparisons between their species and humanity.
But she documented everything, as if she already knew she'd need proof one day. And then at the bottom, I found the thing that nearly made my knees buckle. A small...
Are they looking for similarities?
I have no hypothesis on their motivations. All I have are the preliminary results. They reveal something remarkable.
Not a problem there, Good.
Identical to traces collected from ancient ruins.
Though I wonder, why do you play wrestling games? That doesn't seem to necessarily be up your alley based on what I usually see you play.
You have to check. I sank into the chair, my fist tightening until
My God. Protheans didn't vanish. They're just working for the Reapers now.
These are no longer Prothean, Shepard. Their genes show distinct signs of extensive genetic rewrite. The Reapers have repurposed them to suit their needs.
the old husband thought everything was...
You'd think somebody would have picked up on this.
No one has had an opportunity to study a collector genetic code in this detail. I've already matched 2,000 alleles to recorded fragments. This collector likely descends from a Prothean colony in the Styx Theta cluster.
Ah, okay. Like, I could see fighting. Like, I could see, like, UFC or something like that. But wrestling doesn't seem, based on what I know of you thus far, which I admit isn't much, doesn't seem to necessarily be your thing.
They turned them into monsters and enslaved them. Still, they're working for the Reapers now, and we have to stop them.
They're not doing to us what they did to the Protheans.
Let's find what we need before the Collectors come to salvage this vessel. Move out.
Ah, I see. One of these days, I gotta test myself against you in WWE.
There must be hundreds of them. How many do you think are full?
Too many.
I detect no signs of life into the pod, Shepard. It is probable the victims inside died when the ship lost primary power.
Carefully arranged legal phrasing was my weapon. They signed one signature, then another without. Complaint, because everything they were signing was an admission of their own guilt. I looked into their eyes, and in that brief moment, I saw fear. Fear, because they realized they had lost, but did not yet know the consequences. As soon as the papers were complete, I smiled. You've just signed your confessions and transferred all your rights to Ellen. The police now have everything they need. I had hidden cameras in the room streaming live to my lawyer's office and the Seattle Police Department. They never saw it coming. Mark growled. Chloe panicked. But it was too late. The tension on their faces...
I could see that. It makes outcomes in matches when they're running these online, like, federation things a lot more fair.
This looks interesting.
Or at least it's supposed to. I miss the days when you could, like, make your own finishers and shit.
For 2 years? Way beyond coincidence.
And your own, like, entrance videos and shit like that. Like, I miss those days. Those days were cool. Like, people argue you can still make your own entrance, but yeah, like, you can't upload your own music onto your system for your entrance. You can't fucking... You can't do, like, an entrance video.
Not if we stop them.
Or if you can, it's way harder than it needs to be. Like, you don't have nearly as much control over your entrance as you used to in some previous games. And you have no finisher control, really. You use stock finishers inbuilt to the game. That's it.
See if you can get anything useful from the databanks.
Data mining progress, Shepard.
And you've never been able to make a tag team finisher. That upsets me. I'd love to create my own tag team finisher.
That can't be good.
What the hell just happened?
Major power surge. Everything went dark, but we're back.
I mean, we have the fucking technology to do it. Why not let players do it?
Shepard, it was not a malfunction. This was a trap.
We need a little help here, Edie.
I am having trouble maintaining connection. There's someone else in the system.
get it done fast, Edie.
We've got incoming hostiles.
She saw the first photograph and whispered, "Who else has this?" "Where have you been?"
We've got trouble.
Here we go.
Well, remember, I play on my PlayStation, so I don't know if I could.
I needed time to think. Your mother called 6 hospitals. Monday evening, I said, "You turned off your phone. You didn't come home." Lauren drank from the bottle, then set it down harder than necessary. I was overwhelmed. Space.
Now let's finish you off.
During this interrogation,
Taking heavy fire.
every hour. Waiting for her. I thought it was. She changed. She expected she demand that she reassure me. I never even confused her. What? You don't owe me an explanation. I slid the divorce petition across the table, and I don't owe you a marriage. You 6 years. One of those girls who had escaped the worst. We didn't scream. We didn't want to reach our parents. We didn't using money my grandfather left me. And although she redecorated
84%.
Get us out of here.
I am simultaneously fighting collector firewall for 8 hours. I am tasked to assassinate.
Here they come again.
Your destiny. This is true power.
They started discussing
Cannot
Taking
resist.
fire.
She kissed me at the front door, adjusted my tie, and said she would stop for groceries.
We are your destiny.
Nobody had heard from her. Her mother, Denise, began crying before I
Shepard,
finished
you must manually reestablish my link to the command console.
Something happened. I drove the route between Lauren's office and our house twice. I checked the grocery store parking lot. I called emergency rooms. At 2 in the morning, I was sitting on our living room floor with every lamp on, staring at the front window whenever headlights passed. Tuesday morning, I went to the police. The first officer treated it seriously. Lauren had never vanished before, had no known medical condition, and had turned off a phone she normally carried everywhere. They took her photograph, vehicle information, and last known location. A few hours later,
Shepard, you must manually reestablish my
Yeah. Shut up, Edie. I'm trying to
he said, "Near where?"
re-up ammo.
A cluster of hotels and restaurants. Can you tell which one? We're checking. When I went back to the station that afternoon, the investigator's attitude had changed. He looked uncomfortable rather than concerned. "Mr. Mercer, your wife is an adult. Adults sometimes leave voluntarily. Did you find her? We have no indication she's in immediate danger."
I've regained control of the platform,
He put his
Shepard.
hands. I suggest giving her some time. I understood what he wasn't saying. They had found enough to believe Lauren was safe, but not enough reason to drag her home. In the parking lot, I sat behind the wheel and called a private investigator named Marcus Bell.
I knew you wouldn't let us down, Edie.
Hired him during a
I
custody
always
dispute.
work at optimal capacity.
Licensed and fast.
Did you get what we needed?
At a coffee shop 40 minutes later. He was in his late 50s.
I found data that would help us successfully navigate the Omega-4 relay. I have also found a Turian distress call that served as the lure for this trap. The collectors were the source. It is unusual.
Phone had last connected. Do you think she's in danger? I asked.
What are you getting at?
Turian emergency channels have secondary encryption. It is present, but corrupted in the message. It is not possible that the elusive man would believe the distress call was genuine.
Why are you so sure?
I found the anomaly with Cerberus detection protocols. He wrote them.
He knew it was a
Pokeballs out.
Why would he send us into a trap?
She wasn't alone. Marcus called me at 9:18.
That son of a bitch sent us right into collector hands.
We should have known this would happen. Cerberus can't be trusted.
There has to be some other explanation. The elusive man wouldn't do this to us. He just wouldn't.
Commander, we got another problem. The collector ship is powering up.
You need to get out of there before the weapons come online. I'm not losing another Normandy.
I do not have full control of their systems. I will do what I can. Sending coordinates for shuttle extraction.
Come on, let's move.
Got trouble. Combat drone ready.
And 100 will replace it. Not assuming control. Nothing stagnant.
And she told me she owed me nothing. When I pushed the petition toward her, she stated,
Justice, I know this.
you know what it is. I did. She turned the page, and another. Breathing became shallow. By the time she reached the hotel tunnel, both hands were shaking. You had someone follow me. I heard someone find my missing wife. This is insane. Page for list the dates and times. The photographs start on page 6. Lauren flipped backward as though in different order. I produced different facts. Wills has this. She whispered. My attorney. Her head snapped up. You sent these to a lawyer. You disappeared for 3 days with another man. It isn't what you think. You
Watch out!
Assuming control. I will direct this personally.
Every answer made the next one worse. Your mother thought you were dead. I said. Lauren's face tightened. I never asked her to panic. You made sure nobody could.
The forces of the universe bend.
Combat drone ready.
She did. And how? Years. You can't make everything one bad decision. I stepped away before she could touch me. One bad decision was missing an exit and driving 10 minutes out of my way. This was 3 days of decisions. Eyes full of tears. Every time also shared hotel rooms for 2 nights. We don't know what happened in that room. I know what she admitted. His face changed. She admitted sleeping with him. I said nothing. Alan looked toward the street, then lowered his voice. Even if she did, marriages survive affairs. You're her husband. You're supposed to work through hard things. I worked through 3 days of believing she might be dead. She said you were distant.
I'm opening a door on the far side of the room.
Every night. She felt neglected. Then she could have spoken to me. Alan pointed at my chest. You're going to be a good woman. A good woman doesn't make her family search hospitals while she hides in a hotel. He called me cold and unforgiving. She deserves half of everything in there. She will receive whatever the court wants.
9-9.
And Wednesday had somehow been a single.
That was ineffective.
I told them Rachel would coordinate the program.
They should soften them up.
I changed the
That one hit.
documented it. Rachel sent a formal notice directing all contact with her counselor. Lauren responded by calling my supervisor. She claimed I was unstable and handling sensitive company accounts while suffering a breakdown. When that
I'm opening a door on the far side of the room.
sources, it suggested I might be hiding money from her and possibly from my employer. My supervisor already knew about the divorce. I brought HR filings, the denied protective order, and Rachel's letter. The HR director read everything, sighed, and said,
We're gonna spot it. Good work.
she contacts the company.
We need to try something else.
Listen long enough to get if you cheat, him, and the court. Do not involve me. My father was evil. You're the Photographs could not prove what happened inside the room. Rachel did not argue about what could not be photographed. She asked
There we go. Attack didn't work.
Yeah, that guy was a pain.
This should come in handy.
Yes, I slept with Adrian. I lied. I let everyone believe I was missing because I didn't want to face what I was doing. Yes, I regret it every day. Thanks to Karen.
Weapons ready. Go for the optics. Go for the optics.
My attacks will tear you apart. Shepard's body if possible.
Here we go.
Cannot risk.
These paperwork in a locked file box. Not because I enjoyed revisiting them, but because those pages reminded me.
Go get him. Yeah, good girl.
When she decided those obligations no longer applied to her, I accepted the decision she was too cowardly to say aloud. One Sunday
Got trouble.
I carried a cup of coffee into a newly painted bedroom and opened the curtains.
One left.
First time, nothing in the room felt missing.
We are Harbinger.
Cross that road away.
I know you feel this. I know you feel this. We are your destiny.
Strap in, people! I'm gonna make him work for it this time. We can't dodge this guy forever. Edie. Get us the hell out of here. Anywhere that's not here.
Shepard, looks like Edie extracted some interesting data before the collector ship came back online.
Edie told us the distress call originated from the collectors. You betrayed us, just like I knew you would.
We're at war. The collectors are taking humans, and every minute we waste is one more we give the enemy to prepare.
I know the stakes, but we're supposed to be on the same side, and I can't trust you.
Without that information, we don't reach the collector homeworld. And you and every other human may as well be dead. It was a trap, but I was confident in your ability. And don't forget Edie. The collectors couldn't have anticipated.
You could have told me the plan. You say I'm important, but you shoot try hard to get me killed.
I needed the collectors to believe they had the upper hand. Telling you could have tipped them off in any number of ways. Besides, I wouldn't have sent you in if I didn't think you could succeed.
But I still came to Maple Trace for Mrs. Selma Grant, who had loved my mother like a sister. The first crack came when Selma called me from the
You
lobby.
have one job, information. If I can't trust your intel, you're useless to me.
It's never that simple. You of all people should know that.
I know that I'll be a lot more careful. With the collectors and with you.
This is no time for petty grudges. Things are about to get a lot tougher. Edie confirmed our suspicions. The Reapers and collector ships use an advanced identify friend-foe system that the relays recognize. All we need to do is get our hands on one of those IFS.
I was just on the collector ship. Why didn't you say anything about finding their IFS?
As I said, Edie just confirmed it. Besides, you wouldn't have had time to find and extract it. But we have options. An Alliance science team recently determined that the Great Rift on the planet Klendigan is actually an impact crater from a mass accelerator weapon. A very old mass accelerator. I sent a team to find either the weapon or its target. They found both. The weapon was defunct, but it helped us plot the flight path of the intended target. A 37-million-year-old derelict Reaper, found it damaged and trapped in the gravity of a brown dwarf.
Aren't brown dwarfs basically stars that didn't quite make it?
Simply put, but accurate. They're gas giants that don't quite have the masses of stars. Expect gale force winds and extremely high temperatures. The Reaper has a mass effect field that keeps it in orbit, likely an automated response to the external threats. It's stable, but I won't call it safe.
I saw what Sovereign did to the Citadel fleet. Hard to imagine anything could stop something that powerful.
This vessel is a relic from a battle waged while mammals took their first steps on Earth. There's no trace of the species that took the shot. Perhaps it was their one moment of defiance before being wiped out.
I only believe you because I doubt you'd repeat yourself so soon.
It's no less a risk, Shepard. We lost contact with Dr. Chandana's team shortly after they boarded. Initial reconnaissance revealed no clues, and it was too risky to commit more resources. Now we need that IFS. I'll forward the coordinates to Joker. In the meantime, I suggest you tell your crew I didn't risk their lives unnecessarily. It will make things easier going forward.
Edie, tell the crew to assemble. We've got a lot to talk about. Of course, Shepard.
Mr. Alvarez's Harper's receipt for a rush furnace fee that should never have existed. I kept it in a shoebox under Harper's bed. Then Bianca got careless in front of the wrong person. At the spring luncheon, the house...
So the elusive man didn't sell us out. Could have fooled me.
Lied to us, used us, needed access to the collector databank. Necessary risk.
He tries something like that again, and the collectors will be the least of his problems. Edie, are you sure this IFF is gonna work?
My analysis is accurate, Shepard. I have also determined the approximate location of the collector homeworld based on navigational data from their vessel.
Less than a minute later, she pointed at me. Candy played it twice. Bianca gave a soft laugh. Oh my goodness, I must have moved it while tidying. Candy did not laugh.
That can't be right.
I worried, Selma said from her wheelchair. You pointed. For one afternoon, people saw her. By evening,
Better run the diagnostics, Joker. Looks like our AI's got a bug in the software.
My calculations are correct. The collector homeworld is located within the galactic core.
Can't be. The core is just black holes and exploding suns. There are no habitable planets there.
Could be an artificial construction. Space station protected by powerful mass effect fields and radiation shields.
Even the collectors don't have that kind of technology.
The collectors are just servants of our real enemy. We've all seen what their masters are capable of. They built the mass relays and the Citadel. Who's to say they can't build a space station surrounded by black holes? No wonder nobody's ever returned from a trip to the Omega-4 mass relay.
The logical conclusion is that a small safe zone exists on the far side of the relay, a region where ships can survive. Standard relay transit protocols would not allow safe transport. Drift of several thousand kilometers is common, and would be fatal in the galactic core. Reaper IFF must trigger the relay to use more advanced encrypted protocols.
Just because we can follow the collectors through the relay doesn't mean we can take them out. I don't want to go after them until I know we're ready.
Sooner or later, we need that IFF. I say, why wait?
It's a derelict Reaper. What if the collectors are waiting for us? We may want to build up our team before we take that kind of risk.
The more people we have on our side, the better our chances of success. We need to keep building up the team.
It's your call, Commander. Whatever you decide, we're with you.
Oh, I got shit to do before I go to this.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
probe.
Then she said, we must address unauthorized use of vacant units, improper cash collection, and intimidation of residents. Bianca stood. This sounds like an accusation. Candy looked at her. Please sit down. I will not sit while my character is questioned in a room full of people I have served. Selma lifted her chin. You served yourself plenty. Candy clicked the projector remote. The Be Home listing appeared first, then photos of Unit 3, then the cleaning invoice, then the guest calendar, then a backgate camera still showing Bianca handing a key envelope to a man with a suitcase. Records do not need to yell. My father stared at the screen like he could make it disappear. Bianca whispered, that is not what it looks like. Candy clicked again. A voicemail played through the speakers. Bianca's voice came out clear. Mrs. Dottie, if anyone asks, your nephew is visiting. Do not mention the cash. Short people complicate everything, and we both has been trying to cause trouble. I looked at my hands. There I was, the trouble she had blamed, sitting quietly while her own voice carried the truth across the room. Candy turned off the audio. The board has voted to terminate Bianca Reeves' volunteer access immediately. Dale Reeves is suspended pending investigation.
Probe away.
Report unauthorized property use. The employee cottage must be vacated under housing policy. Residents who paid improper fees will receive claim forms. Lydia stood so fast, her chair scraped. Mom? Bianca stared at my father. You said the cameras reset. Dale closed his eyes. Those words finished. Not because they proved she lied, but because they proved he knew enough to help her look safer. Mr. Alvarez stood and said, she charged me for
launched.
Mrs. Dottie raised a trembling hand and said she told me Cora was bitter and not to listen. One by one, the people she had trained to admire her answered back. Candy asked if I wanted to speak. I stood because my knees felt heavy. For years, Bianca said I was angry, unstable, jealous, and hard to love. I argued at first, and people remembered the arguing more than what caused it. So I stopped arguing. I kept the peace. I believed the women she called confused. I trusted the residents.
Let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, motherfuckers.
I looked at her. You told me I did not exist to you or my father. After tonight, do not call me, do not message me, and do not use my name to explain what you chose. My father opened his mouth. I turned to him, and you heard enough to know. You looked away because looking away kept your home comfortable. No words came from him. His words always arrived late and asked me to carry them. The fallout took days.
Launched.
The board changed the locks on the employee cottage. Dale's suspension became termination after he admitted ignoring signs of the rentals. Bianca was barred from the property. The church removed her from the benevolence committee. Residents filed reimbursement claims. My diner manager apologized. Corporate traced the review to an email Lydia had used for coupon accounts. I got my job back, but I did not stay. Candy helped me apply at a medical office. Lydia left first. She moved in with a classmate and sent one message. I did not know Mom was doing all that. I sent back, you knew enough to enjoy it. She never answered. Dale came to Harper's building a week later. I met him outside by the mailboxes because I did not want his guilt inside any place I called safe. He looked smaller without his maintenance shirt. Bianca is at a motel, he said. She says she has nowhere. That sounds hard. He winced. I failed you. I waited. He was used to me softening every heavy sentence. Yes, I said. You did. His eyes filled. Can we fix this? I looked at the mailboxes. All those little brass doors that opened only for the right key. You can fix yourself. You can pay people back. You can tell the truth before someone corners you. But you do not get to ask me to live near the damage while you learn. He covered his eyes with one hand. The old me would have reached for him. I let him cry. Bianca called from a block number 9 days after the forum. You were satisfied?
Launching probe.
I am finished. You made me homeless. No, I showed people the rooms you rented, the money you took, and the lies you told. The homelessness came from what was attached to those choices. You always hated me. I hated what you did. She breathed into the phone. Your father loved me because I made things easy. I looked at my mother's blue notebook, recovered from the office after the locks changed. Bianca had torn out a few pages, but most of my mother's handwriting was still there. Then you should have stayed easy to love, I said, and ended the call. By the end of summer, I rented a tiny studio above a bakery. It had squeaky pipes and one stubborn window. It was mine. No one could lock me out. No one could hold my key over my head and call it kindness. On my first night there, I unpacked the shoebox. Receipts, copies, notes, the travel listing, the voicemail transcript. I kept them because they reminded me I had not imagined the pattern. Then I took out the brass key ring and my mother's blue notebook. The old keys did not open Maple Trace anymore. Every lock had been changed. One side of the brass ring was worn smooth from my mother's thumb. And Bianca had once thought taking it meant taking my place. Dale sends letters now. He says he is paying back what he can. I do not answer every letter. When I do, I write one sentence. Keep telling the truth. Selma calls every Sunday. Sometimes she gives me gossip. Sometimes she says my mother would be proud. One evening, I came home from the medical office and found a padded envelope leaning against my studio door. Inside was Lydia's silver bracelet with the blue key charm, the one Bianca had bought her when she thought she had replaced my mother's keys. The note was written on the back of a salon appointment card. I am sorry I liked feeling chosen more than I cared about what it cost you. I read it twice, then put the bracelet in the shoebox with the rest of the evidence of who we used to be. That night, the bakery ovens hummed under my floor. I washed one mug, turned the lock on my own door, and slid my mother's brass keyring into the kitchen drawer where no one could take it from me again. My brother demanded, hand over half your bonus. I've got a family. You don't. My mom sided with him. That's what family does. You're supposed to help. When I said no, my dad snapped. Unbelievable. You only care about yourself.
Code launched.
Opened my banking app and proved I was still the useful daughter. Instead, it became the night my family learned I had been paying attention. My name is Holland Pierce. I was 34 then, and I worked as a clinical scheduling manager for a home infusion company.
Yo, Daisy! What up, Smurfette?
Launching probe.
This is not luck, Holland. You earned this. I believed her for almost a week. Then I told my mother. Marlene Pierce got quiet on the phone. Finally, she said, well, that must feel nice. Camden has been under a lot of pressure, too. Camden was my older brother. He had a wife, Sienna, 2 little girls, and a basement finishing business that was always one big client away from success and one unpaid bill away from disaster. Every few months, there was a new emergency. A tool payment, a school fee, a tire, a late mortgage week. Somehow, each crisis found my phone. At first, I helped because I loved them. Then I helped because Mom...
If you want to play a sim game, why not play a real sim? Go play the fucking Sims or something. You kids today, I swear. You know my rule by this point, at least you should. I appreciate it. I like The Sims. And the weird thing is, and I don't know if you've heard me talk about this before, but I've discussed this on stream multiple times. There are certain games, or what are called games in today's society, that don't meet what I would say is the basic standards for a real game. Valorant, Warframe, most definitely Minecraft and Fortnite. None of those, and that's just a small list, none of those meet my personal qualifications for what makes a real game and what doesn't. But the odd thing is, The Sims by my personal standards of what makes a real game and what doesn't, also does not qualify. Because here's the thing, for me, what constitutes a real game is a multitude of factors. You have replayability value. You have character development. You have character stories, backstories. You have, you know, a solidified, solid lore for the game. You have, you know, you have storylines, both individual character storylines as well as an overall game or franchise storyline. You have character growth. All of these are key factors to replayability, and replayability is, in my mind, one of the biggest factors, if not the biggest factor, to what constitutes a real game versus not a real game. And you have to have a majority of these factors in the game for me to consider it to be a real game. The problem with The Sims is that it doesn't meet really any of those particular factors. Oh, and a game also has to have like individual challenges you can accomplish within the structure of the game as well. Either built in or they could be fan made that make the game a lot more interesting and even more challenging to some degree. The Sims, as much as I love that series of games, and I do, I really do, it doesn't meet like any of my qualification factors. But oddly enough, I actually consider The Sims to be a real game. I love to play The Sims. It is near the top or close to the top of the list of my favorite franchises of all time. It's fun, it's interesting. The only thing that The Sims has is challenges that are either built in or fan created that can make it more interesting, more fun, and even more challenging to play. Like doing dynasties is a challenge you could do in The Sims that is actually kind of hard to do, especially for beginner players, but is a blast. It makes The Sims so much fun. So it's really weird that I would make The Sims an exception to my rules for what makes a real game, what doesn't. You know, what constitutes a real game and what doesn't. But I can't help it. I mean, I've been playing The Sims off and on for over 20 years. And I just love the series. I think I started on, I don't remember if it was Sims 1 or Sims 2, but it was one of those. And then I played The Sims 3. I actually had a Dynasty mode going on an old PC that I had before I had to scrap the PC. Let's get Pokeballs in the chat. So, you know, I guess, like, ultimately, what I'm saying is, you know, you could call me a hypocrite when it comes to, like, my rules of what makes a real game and what doesn't, for classifying The Sims in that particular category. I'm okay with that. But ultimately, what it ends up boiling down to is that every rule has exceptions. Every rule. You can like it or not like it. I don't give a shit. But the bottom line is every rule has exceptions. Sometimes it's only like one, maybe two. Sometimes it's more than that. And for me, The Sims is an exception to my rule regarding what constitutes a real game and what doesn't.
launched.
So this woman in this video, Josephine Lopez, is accused of assaulting an officer. She claimed the officer was physically threatened and ultimately injured herself in the fact that she was acquitted. In more than 100 cases, prosecutors did not find the officers.
Probe away.
And in at least 7 cases, protesters and immigrants were accused of injuring officers.
Probe launched.
There was evidence that the officers caused their own injuries. Of the more than 550 cases we looked at, about 100 cases are still pending. More than 240 have resulted in guilty outcomes. But those are overwhelmingly immigrants, often facing deportation. And probably much more difficult circumstance to fight these kind of charges. We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice, and they have defended their conduct of these immigration sweeps and how they were prosecuted. But when you look at the videos of people accused of these crimes, they were at times engaging in the kind of protest activity that's protected by the First Amendment. This investigation points to a collapse of the Justice Department's traditional prosecutorial statements and suggests that this administration is really using the charge to justify
Launching probe. Probe launched.
At the family dinner, I saw that my husband put something into my food. My heart dropped, but I stayed quiet when they got distracted. I switched the bowls with my mother-in-law, and exactly 7 minutes later, she pressed both hands to her throat and whispered, "Why does my mouth taste like metal?" Everybody looked at her. Nobody looked at my husband, Camden, whose hand had hovered over my plate a few minutes earlier like he was reaching for the salt. My name is Arden Wells. I am 32, and I work in a small physical therapy office outside Columbus. I like clean invoices, quiet mornings, and people who say what they mean. Camden used to say I made life easy. That Sunday, easy felt like a word from another woman's life. We were at his parents' house for their usual family dinner. His mother, Tinsley, had made pot roast, mashed potatoes, buttered carrots, and gravy. His father, Grant, kept the football game muted. Camden's sister, Lillian, sat across from me with her son, Bo, who was old enough to know when adults were pretending. Camden had been pretending for weeks. Late nights, calls in the driveway, a new password on our shared tablet, a gentle laugh whenever I asked him a question like I had said something embarrassing. He kept telling me when I was tired, anxious, forgetful. At first I ignored it, and people began watching me carefully. That night I noticed the tiny silver packet because the door window behind Tinsley caught his reflection. His fingers opened over my mashed potatoes. Something pale disappeared into the gravy. Then he picked up his glass and kept talking to Grant about a truck loan. I stared at my plate. The potatoes looked normal. The carrots looked normal. That made it worse. Arden, Tinsley asked, "You look washed out." Camden's knee bumped mine under the table. Not hard, just enough. I'm fine, I said. Camden
Probe away.
Eat something. You barely touched lunch. He knew that because he had packed my lunch himself. A turkey wrap that tasted bitter near the end. I had thrown half away and blamed the lettuce. The week before, he made me tea after I said I had a headache. I drank half, then sat on the bathroom floor until the room stopped tilting while he stood outside the door saying I probably skipped breakfast. Small things, easy to explain away, because the other choice was admitting I slept beside someone studying my body. I pushed back my chair. Bathroom now? Camden said too quickly. Grant chuckled. Let her go, son. In the bathroom, lavender soap and hairspray filled the air. I locked the door and stared at myself in the mirror. My face looked ordinary, and that scared me. I wanted someone else to take over. I opened my phone and typed a note. Camden put something on my food at Sunday dinner. Saw it in window reflection. Did not eat. Then I sent it to my friend Greer, a hospital pharmacist. To my call answer, the knock touched the door. Arden? Camden said, "You okay?" I'm fine. Mom gets nervous when people don't eat her food. That was not concern. That was pressure. When I came back, my plate was exactly where I had left it. Camden watched my fork like it owed him money. Then Tinsley stood to refill iced tea. Lillian reached for napkins. Grant turned toward the game, and Camden glanced down at his phone. I slid my plate to Tinsley's place and took hers. The plates matched. Same potatoes, same roast, same green rim. I lined up the fork exactly as hers had been. My hands did not feel like mine, but they were. Tinsley sat down. There we go. Eat, sweetheart. I took a bite from her clean plate. Camden relaxed. That tiny change in his shoulders told me more than any confession could have. Tinsley took a bite from my original plate. Camden's smile fell. "Mom," he said. She paused. "What? Don't eat that."
Probe launched.
"Don't fill up. I brought cheesecake." Tinsley laughed softly. "Well, aren't you thoughtful?" She took another bite. I counted in my head. 1 minute, 2, nothing. My mind tried to crawl backward into safety. Maybe it was salt. Maybe a supplement. Maybe I had watched too many sad stories online and turned my husband into a monster in my head. Then Tinsley set her fork down. My tongue feels funny. Camden gripped his glass. Grant gripped. Funny how like pennies. She swallowed twice. Is it warm in here? Lillian sat up. Mom? Camden stood so fast his chair scraped the floor. I looked at him and said quietly, "What was on my plate?" The table did not go quiet. The football announcer kept talking from the other room. Both phone buzzed. Tinsley laughed. Did something inside the room shifted? Camden gave a tired little laugh. Arden, don't start. Here it was. The public voice. The voice that made me sound unstable before I could finish a sentence.
probe.
Sensitive to spices, though no one asked about spices. I said she ate from my plate by accident. A paramedic looked at me. Why was it your plate? Camden answered first.
Probe
She
away.
switched plates. Arden has been anxious lately. She does things like that. He sounded patient, embarrassed for me. Tinsley half lifted onto the stretcher, opened her eyes. I didn't know, she whispered. I did not know whether she meant the plate, the powder, or her son. At the hospital, Camden stood in the waiting room. That was when I understood how much work he had already done. The dinner, where he said I was confused by online banking. The cookout, where he joked I watched too many crime shows. He had been laying little stones in a path, so when I finally spoke, everyone would think I had wandered there by myself. Greer called while I stood by the vending machine. Tell me, she said. I told her about the packet, the plate, Tinsley's reaction, Camden's anxious wife story. Greer got very quiet. Do not eat or drink anything he gives you. Not coffee, not gum, not water. Did anyone save the plate? Plates were still sitting there. I can go back, I said. Do not go alone. I get off soon. Meet me outside. Camden stepped into the hallway before I could return. Who was that? Work at this hour? I looked up at the security camera in the corner. Billing problem. His mouth tightened. You are a terrible liar. Then you should stop making me practice. For the first time all night, he looked unsure. Tinsley stabilized before midnight. The doctors called it a severe reaction and wanted more tests. Camden said, thank God, like he had rehearsed gratitude. I left while he spoke to a nurse. Greer was waiting down the street from Tinsley's house in her pharmacy scrubs. She handed me gloves and freezer bags. This is not perfect evidence, she said, but it is better than letting him wash it. Inside, the dining room smelled like roast beef and panic. Chairs sat crooked, a napkin was on the floor. Tinsley's iced tea had dried in a sticky crescent on the plate. Greer photographed everything. My original plate still sat at Tinsley's feet. Under the gravy, near the carrots, a pale grainy patch clung to the potatoes. There. My legs weakened, but I stayed standing. We bagged the plate, fork, napkin, and leftover potatoes. Greer took a sample from the plate I had eaten from too. Then she stopped near the trash. Arden, under a paper towel was the tiny silver packet. Poured open, no label. That packet became the thing I saw when I closed my eyes. A shiny little corner that could fit between two fingers. The baby end of life at home with Greer, not Camden. He called over and over. Then the texts came. You are making this worse. My mom is asking for you. If you loved me, you would come home. Then, near dawn, the message that did not sound like a worried husband at all. You switched the plates on purpose. I read it twice, took a screenshot, and sent it to Greer. By morning, Camden changed tactics. He called my boss, Mrs. Holland, and said I was having a family mental health crisis. She called me before the office opened. Arden, she said, is he the reason you sound like this? I think so. Come in through the side door, she said. I'll make coffee. Work became my first safe place. So of course he tried to ruin it. Before lunch, Camden sent an email from our shared account to my office board. He said I had been mixing up bills. He attached old tired texts and a picture of our messy kitchen from when I had the flu. Mrs. Holland printed it and handed it to me. Did you write this? No, I didn't think so. From her back office, I logged into our home computer through the tax backup I had set up months earlier. Camden had forgotten I knew the recovery password. I found a folder named Repair Quotes. There were no repair quotes. There were copies of my life insurance policy. One I barely remembered signing after Camden said his company offered a discount. There were credit warnings, private loan notices, and emails from a man named Rhodes Kellen. One message from Camden said he would pay after. The claim cleared. The claim, not the loan, not the refinance. The claim. Then I found a draft petition for temporary guardianship. It said I showed confusion, paranoia, and unstable behavior. He was not just trying to make me sick. If I died, he got the money. If I lived and accused him, he got control of the story. Greer's preliminary test came that evening. The powder was a crushed sedative mixed with concentrated tree nut protein used in making extract. I had a documented tree nut allergy. Camden knew because he kept my emergency pen in his truck after a restaurant scare years before. It could be framed as an allergy accident, Greer said. That may have been the point. But Tinsley does not have that allergy. No, she reacted differently. Still dangerous, but not the intended target. I stared at the wall. He had chosen something that would make my own body look guilty. The next day, Tinsley asked to see me at the hospital. Greer waited in the parking lot. Tinsley looked smaller without lipstick. Her hair brushed flat. Her hands folded over the plate. Grant sat beside her with a paper cup of coffee he had not touched. Camden was not there. Tinsley began crying before I reached the bed. I told him not to marry a woman who kept receipts, she said. I stopped. And what does that mean? Grant looked at the floor. Tinsley wiped her cheek. He said you were always checking accounts, passwords, bills. I thought you were making marriage hard. I believed him because he is my son, and because believing him was easier. She reached to the bedside table and picked up a stained recipe card, her pot roast recipe. On the back, in Camden's handwriting, were 3 words, use her plate. My ears rang. I found it in my purse, she said. I think he wrote it as a reminder. He gets nervous when he lies. The recipe card became the second object. The first was the silver packet. The second was the family recipe card, turned into a note from missing man. Grant finally spoke. They told
What
me you
is...
I looked at him. He said some women drag a man down and call it love. I took a picture of the card. Tinsley let me keep it. When Camden found out I had visited his mother, he came to my office with flowers, clean shirt, soft voice.
There's apparently a mission or something in that sector later on.
Bring my wife home. I'm not going with you. Arden has been under stress. He told Mrs. Holland. She is not thinking clearly. Mrs. Holland's voice stayed flat. She seemed clear to me. He leaned closer, still smiling for the room. You think a little folder makes you sick? I had not mentioned a folder. He lowered his voice. You were supposed to be the easy part. I reached into the
answers.
I threw them away without reading the card. My revenge was not loud. It came in logs, forms, screenshots, and quiet doors closing. I changed the locks on the house because my name was on the deed from before our marriage. I froze the joint credit card. I moved half the savings and documented every cent. I sent the policy, packet photos, recipe card, texts, work email, and lab notes to a detective Greer knew. I did not post online. I did not scream at his family. I let the truth arrive in paperwork where his charm could not interrupt it. Camden tried one more public performance before the investigation reached him. Tinsley asked everyone to come to her house the next Sunday. Just coffee. I almost refused, but Greer said, a liar is safest to watch when he thinks he still owns the room. So I went. Tinsley sat in her armchair with a blanket over her knees. Grant stood behind her. Lillian sat stiffly on the couch. She sat near the fireplace, watching every adult like we were all on trial. Camden arrived late, kissed his mother's forehead, and
Pokeballs out.
hero of a bad movie. We need to stop this, he said. Arden has scared this family enough. Lillian looked at me. Camden said you took food from the house and gave it to your friend to live with. Camden threw his hand. She loves making normal people feel like criminals. Tinsley flinched. He looked at Grant. Dad, tell her how she has been acting. Grant reached into his shirt pocket and unfolded a paper. I have your mother's last toxicology update, he said. Camden was still. Tinsley lifted the recipe card from the side table. And I have your note. What note? Tinsley turned the card around. Camden laughed, but it came out dry. That could mean anything. I opened my folder and placed copies on the coffee table, one by one. The insurance policy, the claim email, the guardianship draft, the text saying I switched plates on purpose, the office email, the packet photo, the lab report. With every page, he had less room to stand inside his lie. Bo whispered, Uncle Camden, what is wrong with you? Camden's face changed. Not sad, not ashamed, just exposed. You all want to act shocked, he said. You know what she is like. Always checking, always questioning, always making a man feel like he is on trial in his own house. I said nothing. He turned to me. You were a liability. A walking receipt with a ring on. Tinsley began to cry, but she did not look away. Grant stepped forward. Get out. Camden stared at him. You are choosing her? I am choosing the woman you tried to erase. Camden grabbed one page from the table, crumpled it, and dropped it like he remembered fingerprints. He walked out, and this time, nobody followed him. The detective called the next morning. They had enough to open a formal investigation. The food samples helped, but Camden had made bigger mistakes. Police found browser searches on an old tablet, still synced to her food allergies, sedatives, life insurance waiting periods, guardianship for an unstable partner. They found a baking store receipt for concentrated nut extract and a mortar in our garage with residue matching the packet and plate. Then came the hard proof I never expected. Bo had recorded the entire coffee meeting on his phone because, as he told the detective, adults lie later. His recording caught Camden calling me a liability and a walking receipt with a ring. It caught Tinsley showing the card and Grant ordering him out. The truth came from a teenager who had watched enough grown people twist stories and decided to keep a copy. Camden was arrested outside a storage unit where he had been moving boxes from our garage. Inside, detectives found cash, a spare phone, my old medical bracelet, and a map with my office circle. When the detective told me, I set my coffee down carefully. My office circle. He had not been done. The legal process took months. Camden's lawyer tried to make me look controlling. He said I had access to the files, but the pages did not care how Camden smiled. Tinsley testified with the recipe card sealed in a plastic sleeve. Grant admitted he had ignored Camden's comments because conflict made him uncomfortable. Lillian cried when she said she believed the anxious wife story. Mrs. Holland brought the office email and security footage. Greer explained the test results in a calm voice. I told them about the packet, the plate, the bitter lunch wrap, the tea, and the way Camden made people doubt me before I knew I needed witnesses. Camden only reacted when the prosecutor read the claim email aloud. Money, that was the part that still touched him. He took a plea before a full trial finished. Attempted harm, financial fraud, evidence tampering, and other charges. The judge spoke for a long time. Camden looked bored until she mentioned restitution and asset seizure. Not prison, not his mother, not me. Money. Afterward, Tinsley found me in the hallway. She held the recipe card against her chest. Way out of anything, she said. I thought it meant he was smart. He was smart, I said, just not kind. She nodded like that hurt more than if I had shouted. The divorce finished before spring. I sold the house because every cabinet had a memory. Greer helped me move into a small rental with uneven floors and a narrow porch. Holland gave me Fridays off for a month without making me ask. Bo mailed me a tiny silver keychain shaped like a lock with a note that said, for your new keys, not anyone else's. Tinsley stopped hosting Sunday dinners, and months later, she invited me for coffee, just us. Her dining table was cleared. No roast, no plate. She had framed the recipe card, but only the harmless pot roast side showed. The name was sealed against the frame, hidden but not gone. I needed to remember both, she said. What I made and what he tried to make it into. She poured the coffee in front of me. I watched every movement. She noticed and did not act hurt. That was the first apology she gave without using the word sorry. Now my life is quieter, not magically healed. I still read labels. I still pour out drinks if they leave my sight. I still keep a folder in my desk because I know how fast a strong man can rewrite the minute she has no copies. But I sleep with my own keys on the nightstand. On Sunday evening, I make plain soup in a small blue pot. Carrots, noodles, chicken, too much pepper because that is how I like it. I eat it on my porch while the neighborhood settles down and the sky turns
away.
Was I wrong for switching the plates when I thought my husband was trying to hurt me? Should I have warned my mother-in-law before she took that fight, even if sneaking up might have let him destroy the crew, or did I finally do what I had to do to survive?
Probe away.
One of you stand on this side, and the other here. Excellent work. And well done to whoever offered up breaking.
Probe away.
So, I realize you're 12, we don't know what that is.
Your ship is called the Heartbeat of America. Reason.
Launching probe.
Financing on all 2026 Chevy Equinox models. Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in Iowa.
One of you stand on this side.
Probe launched.
The talent, especially in the late 70s, as far as nationally recognized wrestling stars, was off the charts. And Greensboro was the
Probe away.
base of the promotion. Greensboro. Matter of fact, when Dusty Rhodes was booking and the syndicated TV, both of them played in Greensboro. But there was an A show, and this is an A and a B show.
Launching probe.
A show and a G show. Because Mid-Atlantic and Worldwide, the G show had a better time slot in Greensboro, so he always booked that secondary show in other places as to be the main show for Greensboro, because it was so important. But just in one show at the Greensboro Coliseum, you would have Paul Jones, Ricky Steamboat, Ole and Gene Anderson, Ric Flair, Rick Valentine, Walter McDaniel, Andre the Giant, Jackie Briscoe,
Probe launched.
Brazil, Mr. Wrestling, Johnny Weaver, Blackjack Mulligan, Stan Hansen, Ken Patera, Mass Superstar, Baron Von Raschke, all on the same show. That didn't happen anywhere else in the country. And the crowds that Greensboro put up, they would have paid those guys to be there, obviously, or they wouldn't have been there. But when you see that level of talent at that point in time in cities, and let's face it, the Carolinas, they weren't that big in relation to New York, Chicago, or Los Angeles, but the level of talent was comparable with anywhere. And the level of work and the studios people, they got synchronized talent, they got used to good matches, they got spoiled to do. You can't keep that up forever. Greensboro was noted, obviously, for Starrcade about 3 years before that, the annual Thanksgiving Tag Team,
Probe away.
which was always a sellout. Greensboro was the scene of Kurt Angle and Slaughter against Steamboat Youngblood that set the all-time attendance record and, closed the interstate down. But just regular events in Greensboro, there was one show at the Coliseum in the late 70s that had Harley Race and Ricky Steamboat for the NWA World Championship, Flair against Dusty Rhodes for the U.S. title, with Buddy Rogers, the original Nature Boy, as a special referee, and then the Mid-Atlantic heavyweight title, which once again was a secondary title.
Probe away.
Ken Patera and Dino Bravo were the big stars at that time.
Probe away.
It's scientifically proven that one of the best ways to see how a guy's mind works to really get those neurons firing. Ask him what's the biggest animal he can beat in a fight. I promise you will expeditiously find out what type of man you do. They even did a survey. Quite a lot to unpack here. I'll rip my eyes immediately drawn to the 8% of people that think they can slap box a lion and live. I've seen lions take down buffalo over 1,000 pounds with what he thinks because he benches 2 plates of the American Velocity. Then you got the 6% that believe they can beat a bear, no, a grizzly bear in a fist fight.
Launching probe.
If that Paul tells you to keep his wife's name out of your mouth and the rest of the population, just look at this.
Launching probe.
That's why women have a longer shelf life than men. The irrational confidence of thinking you can have any say in the
Probe
outcome of
away.
a situation is wild. And then you got the 70% that think they can fight a chimp. Let me tell you, not only would a chimp beat you like a dirty rug with one hand, a chimp would literally beat you with one hand. As in, rip your right arm off and beat you with it. Now, the most interesting thing here is the 28% of people that would apparently get folded by Stone Cold. Let's go to the corner of the league will not comprehend.
Probe launched.
Your mind is an interesting place, the more you know. It's scientifically proven that one of the best ways to see how a guy's mind works to really get those neurons firing, ask him what's the biggest animal he can beat in a fight, and I promise you will expeditiously find out what type of man you do. They even did a survey.
Launching probe.
This Lego mini pig. During my celebration dinner, my girlfriend's best friend raised his glass and said, "She can do better than you." And when she demanded I apologize to him, here's her. I only smiled, because after 3 years at my house, they both forgot what was due the following week. "She can do better than you," Milo said. Nothing like best
Probe launched.
like he had paid for it. The table did not explode the way people think it would. Nobody yelled. Nobody threw glass. My friends just stopped moving. Instead, my girlfriend's best friend had decided my table was the perfect place to remind everyone that I was the dull, safe option. Milo leaned back in his chair, cheeks flushed from the wine, wearing that soft, wounded smile he used whenever he wanted to insult someone and pretend it was concern. I'm just saying, he added, turning slightly toward Claire. You're brilliant. You're passionate. You deserve somebody who sees all of you. Claire whispered, Milo. But it was the kind of whisper that meant not hear, not stop. I set my fork down carefully. That's interesting. Milo blinked. He had expected anger. He liked anger. Anger let him play the sensitive artist surrounded by aggressive men with mortgages and health insurance. I folded my hands. What does better mean? He frowned. Come on, Grant. No, I'm asking. You made a pretty clear claim in my house and for my friends during the dinner I invited you to. I'm curious about your standard. Claire looked up at me then. Grant, we don't.
I'm detecting a large supply of resources buried deep within the canyon walls. Heavy explosives will be required to excavate them.
Someone who understands her. Someone creative. Someone who isn't just checking boxes. Creative, I repeated. Understanding. Not checking boxes. That's not what I meant. It sounded exactly like what you meant. Milo's smile slipped, then came back thinner. You're twisting it like a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. A nervous sound came from the far end of the table. Claire's face tightened. For 3 years, I had tried to keep peace with Milo because Claire loved him. Not romantically. She was never like that. He was her oldest friend from college. The one who drove 6 hours when her previous boyfriend cheated. The one who slept on her floor when she was too heartbroken to eat. According to Claire, Milo was family. According to what I had seen, Milo was a man who liked me, needed, and hated that I made him less necessary. He never attacked directly at first. He used little cuts. If I planned a weekend in Napa after we finished lettuce, he would talk about a road trip they took with no reservations and no schedule. If I bought her a winter coat because she was walking from campus to the train in freezing rain, he would say, that's practical, I guess, in a tone that made practical sound like a terminal illness. If Claire and I discussed the future, he would bring up some former version
That's all of them.
painted thrift store furniture at midnight and dated musicians who forgot rent. Claire always defended him. He's protective. He just worries I'll lose myself. You two are so different. Give him time. I gave him time. I gave him rides. I gave him dinner. I gave him the benefit of the doubt until the benefits started looking
Where
like
are my power cells that I need?
closest friends sitting around my table. Milo finally said what he had been implying for years. So I answered plainly, let's compare understanding. I said, Claire is in law school because she wanted something bigger than paralegal work. She wanted to work in cases. Exhibits. Training comes to money. Claire's chair guard. Brent. I still didn't have to give her. I got her tuition from a private scholarship arrangement. I paid the donations. My schedule during exams. Spoke with him listening to practice. Not
Pokeballs out.
The candles between us had burned low. The pasta on the serving platter had gone cold. In the kitchen, the dishwasher hummed softly, absurdly normal. And Claire looked at me like I was the cruel one. I cannot believe you did that, she said. I felt something inside me loosen. Not break loudly, just release. Milo insulted me in my own home. I said, you humiliated him. He humiliated himself. You listed private things in front of everyone. He made our relationship public when he announced you could do it better than me. Her eyes filled, but the tears looked angry, not hurt. She pressed in. Milo looked at the floor, playing wounded now that the spotlight had burned him. I waited, because part of me still wanted Claire to hear herself. She didn't know it. I thought what she said. Apologize to my best friend, Rand. Right now, we're done. The sentence landed cleanly. No confusion. No gray area. For 3 years, I had felt love and patience. I had thought loyalty could survive immaturity, insecurity, and one day a friend who refused to grow up. But Claire was not confused in that moment. She was standing beside the man who had mocked me, asking me to bow to him. I know I did not answer. Milo and Claire left together 20 minutes later. He made sure to slam the front door, because even his exits needed an audience. Claire sent me a text before they reached the end of the block. You went too far. Then another. I'm staying at Milo's tonight. Think about what you did. I read it while rinsing plates. For the first time in years. Dramatic decorations. They forget they are also offers. Claire had offered me 2 choices. I had simply accepted one. The next morning, the house felt different. Not empty yet. More like it was holding its breath. Claire's sweater was still hanging over the back of the chair in my office. Her law books were stacked beside the couch. A mug she loved sat in the sink with lipstick on the rim. Everywhere I looked, there was evidence of the future I thought we were building. I did not touch anything for 2 days. Claire called 17 times. Her messages moved through stages so quickly I could almost
Trope away.
First anger, then disbelief, then wounded pride. You can't just ignore me. We need to talk when you're ready to be reasonable. Milo says you attacked him because you're insecure. Then, by the 4th day, softer messages began. I didn't mean over. You know I say things when I'm mad. Please don't make this bigger than it has to be. I wanted to respond. That was the worst part. I wanted the version of her from ordinary mornings, standing barefoot in my kitchen, reciting case law with toast in her hand. I wanted the woman who cried when she got her acceptance letter and said, did it, as if my belief had been part of the application period. But really did not change what happened. By Saturday, I started packing. I bought boxes from a home so we would not run into anyone we knew. I labeled them clearly. Clothes, books, bathroom, school, kitchen. I folded her sweaters instead of stuffing them in. I wrapped her framed photographs in towels. I put every casebook in order because I knew she hated when they got bent. That made me angrier than food would have. I was still protecting her things after she had chosen the man who mocked me. When the bedroom closet was empty on her side, the room looked strangely honest. My shirts, my shoes, my laundry basket, my house. The house mattered more than Claire ever seemed to understand. I had bought it before her, a tired old place with ugly wallpaper, and floors that sloped just enough to make every contractor sigh. I spent years fixing it after work. I sanded banisters until my fingers cramped. I replaced light fixtures, repaired plaster, learned which pipes rattled in winter. When Claire moved in, I never made her feel like a guest. I told her to pick paint colors. I cleared half the office so she could study. I called it ours because I thought the word would become true. Ownership is not just paperwork. It is also responsibility. And when someone threatens to leave because you will not apologize for being disrespected, they should understand what leaving includes. On Sunday evening, I changed the locks. I did not do it dramatically. I did not post about it. I did not send her a picture of the new keys. I called a locksmith, reset the alarm code, and put her boxes in the small room near the back door. Then I made the 2 calls I had been avoiding. The first was to law school. Years earlier, I had set up a private tuition fund through alumni channels. It sounded fancy, but really it was my money arranged in a way that helped Claire receive direct payments without scrambling every semester. He knew me because I mentored students and volunteered with the court. He also knew Claire because I had proudly introduced her to everyone who might open a door. I kept my voice professional. There has been a permanent change in my personal circumstances. I said, I need to terminate my funding commitment after the current pay period. No further disbursements should be made for me. There was a pause. I'm sorry not because she was unqualified. She was smart, disciplined, and good with clients. But I had absolutely put my thumb on the scale to get her application noticed. I had vouched for her character. I had told the hiring committee she was someone I trusted completely. That statement was no longer true. I called the managing partner and explained there was an irreconcilable personal conflict that made the placement inappropriate. I did not call Claire names. I did not mention...
Alright, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee real quick. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
I simply withdrew my recommendation and said I could not be involved in supervising, mentoring, or ethically supporting her position at the firm. The offer was rescinded 2 days later. I knew what hurt her, perhaps I had not taken anything she had earned. I had her full assurance for a future that existed because at the time my name, reputation of hers, and distinction mattered to me. Please don't make me go back there. The sentence hit harder than I expected. Not because it changed my mind, but because it proved she knew exactly what she had chosen. You don't have to go back to Milo, I said. But you can't come back here. She looked at me for a long time. Then I closed the door. I stood with my hand on the lock until I heard her footsteps leave the porch.
Ooh, okay, I'm back.
Real life is slower and messier than revenge fantasies. Claire tried to appeal to the school for emergency aid, but late funding is hard to find when tuition is due in days. She took a leave instead of finishing her schedule. Her internship disappeared from the summer plans, and with it went the clean path she had imagined. She found part-time legal assistant work eventually, but not at the level she had expected.
Oh, there's what I was missing. Okay.
Milo, from what I heard, enjoyed being chosen for about a week. Then choosing became rent, groceries, resentment,
Launching probe.
the romantic magic between them never became romance. It became two angry friends in a cramped apartment, each forced to stare at what the other had caused them. It wanted to be her escape from my work stability.
Probe away.
Closely.
Scans have found something.
Because shared circles leak. Claire told people I ruined her life. Milo told people I was vindictive. Some believed them. Most had been at the dinner or heard enough from those who weren't. Tessa supervised the pickup of Claire's boxes. I was not home. When I returned, the spare room was empty except for one paper bag she had missed under the radiator. It was a simple procedure supplement. Orders pen. Her handwriting covering the margins. I almost texted her.
Probe launched.
Instead, I mailed it. 6 months later, the house looked like mine again. Not because I erased her, because I stopped preserving space for someone who had made loyalty conditional on my silence. I repainted the office in deep green Claire would have hated. I moved the dining table closer to the windows. I opened the expensive wine when my friends came over, not to prove anything, but because saving good things for the perfect moment had started to feel foolish. I still thought about that dinner sometimes. Not because it sold. I survived by finding generous people and calling them ordinary. I thought about Claire's ultimatum. Apologize, or we're over. For a long time, I had heard that sentence as a threat. Later, I understood it as clarity. She had told me exactly where I stood. Beneath her need for Milo's approval. Beneath her fear of losing a friend who trained her. Beneath the comfort of my home, my money, my reputation, and my patience. So I stepped out from under it. The last time I saw Claire was not dramatic. I was leaving court with a folder under my arm when she crossed the lobby in a navy blazer that did not quite fit. She saw me. I saw her.
Launching probe.
We were just two people who knew too much about each other's old dreams. She gave a small nod. I returned it. Then we walked in opposite directions. That evening, I came home, set my keys in the bulldog,
Launching probe.
and ate dinner at the table where Milo had raised my wine and told me she could do better, with the chair across from me finally pushed back where it belonged.
You get so much
Probe away.
appliances. We're not.
Equals during an upscale dinner with her work friends. My girlfriend laughed that a plumber couldn't satisfy her.
Launching probe.
So I paid only my share and walked out alone. And a week later, the woman carrying takeout to my front door showed her exactly what she had misjudged about respect. You can't even satisfy me,
Probe away.
Ryan, Natalie said, loud enough for the table beside us to hear. So I don't know why you keep acting like you can provide a real future. My glass was still in her hand. Her two friends from the boutique sat across from us with their boyfriends, and for one strange second, all I could focus on was the little gold bracelet sliding down her wrist as she lifted her chin. We were at Marcel's, a downtown restaurant where the menus had no prices on half the specials. And the way it described
Football's out.
college degree. Natalie had begged to go there all week because everyone from work had been talking about it. I should have known there was a reason she wanted me there. I looked around the table. Her friend Paige stared down at her napkin. The other one, Sloane, pressed her lips together like she was trying not to enjoy it. Their boyfriends, Trevor and Liam, both did that awkward half-smile men do when they want drama, but do not want to be blamed for watching it. Natalie, I said, keeping my voice low, don't do this here. She once showed me. This is a plumbing company, I said. Same thing. It was not the first time she had said it like that. Like my work was something dirty I tracked across her floor. But it was the first time she had done it in front of people I had met less than an hour ago. I own Fluoride Plumbing, a business I started when I was 22. Telling me all of that. She had lived in my house for 4 months. She had slept under a roof. I paid off early because I hated owing anyone. She had filled my bathroom cabinets with products that cost more than my first $2. She had eaten groceries I bought, used my guest room as a closet, and told me she felt
I used to wear glasses back in the day, Laura, and I got
safe had stopped being
LASIK done.
a few months earlier,
Actually,
she started
paid.
working as an assistant manager at a high-end women's boutique downtown. At first, she came home excited, telling me about customers, displays, and how good it felt to have people ask for her opinion. I was proud of her. Then she started
Actually
coming home
found
with
the
different
ad
words in
on
her
the
mouth.
marketplace, but
Lifestyle,
I ended up
image,
going and it was actually like a dealership.
aspirational. The first time she wriggled her nose when someone asked what I did, I thought I imagined it. Mrs. Ryan, she told one of her coworkers at a wine bar. He does maintenance work. I waited until we were in the truck to say anything. Maintenance work. She looked out the window. I mean, it's close enough. It's not close enough. I own a plumbing business. Okay? But people hear plumber and they picture, you know? No, I said. I don't know. She sighed like I was forcing her to be cruel. Grease. Old uniforms. Someone you call when a toilet breaks. That is part of the job. I just mean you could present it better. After that, I noticed everything. She asked why I wore work boots into the house, even when I took them off by the mat. She asked if I had ever thought about transitioning into management, as if owning the company did not count. She started showing me listings for downtown apartments that cost more per month than my property taxes for half a year. Natalie, this house is mine. I told her one night while she scrolled on her phone in bed. No rent.
Yeah, I
No
don't drink
landlord.
much. She go,
No share wall with
those days are
strangers.
over for
She
me, bro.
barely looked up. But it's not the kind of place people get excited about. I get excited about it every time I don't write a rich. That's exactly what I mean, she said. You think small. I told myself she was just adjusting to her new crowd. I told myself she was I told myself she loved me, and love could survive some dumb comments about jobs and neighborhoods.
We are a premium coffee company that's very passionate about the craft of roasting high quality coffee, and we were very fortunate to land on Walmart Marketplace.
Walmart Marketplace has allowed Fire Perks Coffee to grow 98% year over year.
If you're
And she invited her work friends to dinner. Paige arrived first with Trevor, a man who shook my hand while looking past my shoulder, already searching for someone more useful. He worked in advertising, which he managed to mention before we even sat down. Sloan and Liam came next. Liam worked in financial consulting and used the phrase asset class 3 times before the appetizers. Natalie squeezed my arm too hard when she introduced me. This is Ryan, she said. He owns a home service company. I waited for her to correct herself or add more. She did not. Trevor smiled politely, like landscaping. Plumbing, I said. Natalie's fingers dug into my sleeve. Oh, Trevor said. That's practical. Very, I said. The dinner dragged after that. Trevor talked about a weekend trip to Bermuda he booked for Paige, and Natalie leaned toward him like he was reading scripture. That sounds amazing, she said. Ryan and I never go anywhere like that. I frowned. We talked about Costa Rica in July. She waved her hand. That's different. How? It's just not the same kind of trip. It has beaches, resorts, weddings. That is usually the category. Paige gave a tiny laugh. Natalie heard it and sat straighter. I mean romantic, Natalie said. Something thoughtful. Something with a little class. I put my foot down. The lake house weekend wasn't love. That was your cousin's place. I still planned it. With fishing rods in the closet. Sloan smiled into her glass. Some girls like being surprised. Exactly, Natalie said. Some men understand presentation. The conversation moved on, but Natalie did not let it go. By the time the entrees came, she had turned my job into a public debate. Ryan thinks success is just paying bills, she said. No, I said. I think paying bills is part of being successful. You think comfort is ambition. Natalie, I built a company from nothing. A small company. My employees would be interested to hear that. She turned to the others. He gets defensive because he knows I'm right. That was when I should have stood up. Instead, I tried one more time to save her from herself. We can talk at home. Her eyes flashed. That is what you always say when you don't have an answer. What question am I not answering? What future are you actually offering me? The one where we have a paid-off house, savings, and a business that keeps growing. She shook her head slowly. You don't get it. I don't want to explain to people forever that my boyfriend is a plumber. The table finally stopped pretending not to listen. I felt the heat crawl in my neck. Finally, we stayed even. You were not embarrassed when you walked into my house. Don't make this about the house. You just made it about what I provide. No, Ryan. I made it about standards. And she said the line I would hear in my head for days. You can't even satisfy me, let alone provide for me. My first reaction was not anger. It was clarity. Sudden, cold, and almost peaceful. last year after expenses. Not Bruce. Took home. Nobody reached for their wine after that. Natalie's face changed in pieces. First irritation, then surprise, then embarrassment, then something close to panic. That's not the point, she said. It was the point when you said I couldn't provide. I mean emotionally. No, you didn't. Paige glanced at Natalie. Nat, maybe you should stop. But Natalie was too far in to turn around gracefully. Money is not everything, she said. I agree, he said. Respect matters too. The waiter came by at the worst possible time, holding the dessert menu. I asked for the check instead. Natalie's voice dropped. What are you doing? Paying for my food. You always cover dinner. I used to. She stared at me like I had insulted her. You're embarrassing me. That almost made me laugh. The bill came in a black folder. I opened it, found my salmon, my beer, and the appetizer I had barely touched. I put down cash for my share and a tip. Natalie whispered, Ryan, don't leave me here like this.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
I said, now you can show them how a woman with standards handles a bill. I stood up. My hands were shaking a little, so I put them in my pockets. Trevor mumbled, man, I'm sorry. I nodded once. You didn't say it. Natalie grabbed my wrist. Sit down. I looked at her hand until she let go. Then I walked out. The night air felt better than that restaurant had. My truck was parked half a block away, and I sat inside for a minute before starting it. Not because I wanted to go back, but because I needed to understand that something had ended in there. When I got home, the house was quiet. The same house Natalie had called unimpressive had warm lights over the porch, clean floors, a mortgage statement with a zero balance in my file cabinet, and her shoes lined up by the hallway like she belonged there. I left them exactly where they were. My phone started buzzing around 11. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Paige had to cover part of my dinner, and now it's weird. Can you send me the money for my portion? Ryan, please don't be childish. I read that last one twice. Then I put the phone face down. She came home after midnight. I heard her key in the lock, her heels in the careful silence of someone home in the house itself would take her side. Ryan, she called. I was in the bedroom. I had locked the door, not to punish her, but because I did not trust myself to have the conversation while the woman was fresh. Please open up, she said. I know dinner got messy. Messy, not cruel, not humiliating. Messy. I turned off the lamp. In the morning, she was gone. She left a note on the kitchen counter beside the coffee room. I'm staying with Paige for a few days until you call me. We both said things. I hope you can think about what you want. We both said things. I folded the note once and set it in the junk drawer. The strange thing about heartbreak is that ordinary life keeps asking for attention. A bakery downtown still needed a water heater replaced. A landlord still wanted an estimate. One of my guys still called because a supply order was wrong. By Monday afternoon, my hands were sore, my shirt smelled like cotton, and I felt better than I had expected because it made sense. Pipes either leaked or they did not. Valves opened or closed. You did not have to guess whether a fitting secretly resented you. Tuesday evening, I stopped at Wilson Hardware for a part one forgot to order. I was standing in the aisle comparing shut-off valves when someone said, Ryan Hale. I turned and saw her. We had gone to high school together. Not close, but friendly. She was the girl who remembered everyone's birthday and still managed to be funny without being mean. She wore hospital scrubs under a denim jacket, and her hair was pulled into a messy knot. Claire, I said, wow, how long has it been? Too long. I moved back last month. I'm at Mercy General now. Nurse. Emergency department. So, basically chaos with fluorescent lighting. I laughed for the first time in days. We stood there in the hardware store for about 40 minutes. She asked real questions. Not the polite kind where someone is just waiting to speak again. She asked how I got into business, how many calls I handled in a week, whether I still help my uncle with his old
Launching probe.
I'm serious, she said. Useful work is not small work. I looked down at my coffee cup because I did not want her to see how much that landed. On Thursday, Natalie came by while I was out and packed my bags. She left another note. This one shorter. I need space. Please respect that. So I did. I put her remaining things in the spare room. I did not text. I did not call. I did not ask Paige how she was doing. I stopped trying to solve a relationship Natalie had publicly treated like something she was ashamed to be seen carrying. On Friday, my mother called. Do you know Natalie? She asked, too casually. I closed my eyes. What did she do? She called me crying. Mom, she said you were being stubborn in that couple's fight. What did you say? I asked her if she was the girl who lived in my son's paid-off house while calling it beneath her.
Probe launched.
Please tell me you didn't say it exactly like that. I raised you to work hard, not to beg someone to appreciate it. Mom, what? I was polite. Mostly, I should have been embarrassed, but instead I felt protected in a way I had not realized I needed. That Saturday, Claire came over for dinner. I kept it simple. Burgers on the grill, corn on the cob, and good lemonade from the nearby shop. I warned her the house was not fancy. She stepped inside and looked around. The place was not huge, but it was mine. 2 bedrooms, a wide kitchen.
Launching probe.
I had refinished myself. And a back deck I built with my uncle over 3 weekends. Ryan, she said, this is beautiful. You don't have to say that. I'm not. I mean it. It feels like somebody took care of it. I stood there holding the spatula like an idiot. Natalie had spent months moving out with the house lacked. Claire noticed the work. We ate on the deck until mosquitoes drove us inside. After the movie, I walked her to her car. She kissed me once, soft and quick, and then laughed like she surprised herself. I didn't plan that, she said. I'm not complaining. I know your situation is complicated. It's getting less complicated. She searched my face, and I liked that she did not push. Then call me when it's fair to call me. I did. By the next Friday, Natalie had been gone almost a week. I had changed the sheets, cleared her things out of my room, and stacked her boxes near the front door. I was in the garage cleaning fittings when the door launched. I wiped my hands on a rag and opened the door. Natalie stood on my porch with 2 suitcases and red eyes. Thank God, she said, like I had been missing instead of exactly where she left me. I was scared you wouldn't be home. I looked at the suitcases. What are you doing? I came home. The word landed wrong. This isn't your home right now, I said. Her mouth trembled. Ryan, please don't be cruel. I'm being clear. She stepped closer, but I stayed in the doorway. Behind her, my porch light made shadows under her eyes. She looked tired, and a small part of me remembered the woman who used to fall asleep on my couch, feet tucked under my leg. I messed up, she said. I know that. Okay. I talked to Paige and Sloan. They said I took it too far. I let that sit between us. So your friends had to explain it. No, I already knew. They just helped me see how it sounded. How it sounded. She swallowed. That was closer, but not close enough. Natalie, you didn't accidentally trip over a bad sentence. You sat at that table and told strangers I couldn't provide for you while living in my house. I was embarrassed. I know. No. I mean, I was embarrassed by the conversation, by feeling behind. Everyone at work is dating men who know the right places and wear the right things and talk about investments.
Let's get some Pokeballs out.
Probe launched.
I was wrong. Yes. She flinched, like she expected forgiveness.
Launching probe.
I can fix it, she said quickly. I'll tell everyone I was wrong. I'll post about your business. I'll apologize to Trevor and Liam and the girls. I don't care what they think anymore. You cared when it counted. Her eyes filled again. I love you. I wanted that sentence to move me more than it did. A month earlier,
probe launched.
Earlier, maybe. But standing there with her suitcases on my porch, I understood something simple. She did not return because she missed my laugh, my hands, my coffee, or the way I left the porch light on for her. She had returned because the life she mocked was the life that had been holding her up. Natalie, I said, you don't love me in a way I can live with. She stared. How can you say that? Because you needed other people to tell you I had value. A car turned into my driveway before she could answer. Claire's little blue Honda rolled up and parked behind Natalie's car. She got out carrying a paper bag of Thai food in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. Her smile faded when she saw Natalie. May, Claire said carefully. Natalie turned, then looked back at me. Who is she? Claire, I said. Claire who? I hated the cruelty of the moment, even though I had not arranged it. But I also would not lie. She's someone I've been seeing. Natalie's face went still. See, Claire shifted the takeout bag against her hip. I can come back. No, I said. You don't need to. Natalie gave a laugh at the work in the middle. Unbelievable. I lay for a few days so we can think, and you replaced me. You moved out. I needed space. You packed half was, totally unexpected. That did not give me permission to date someone else.
Probe launched.
My patience finally
Hey, Mystic, how you doing?
left my house, sent my mother after me, and came back
Launching
and
probe.
the front door was waiting. We don't get to manage my permission anymore. Claire looked from me to Natalie, then set the takeout on the porch table with a quiet firmness that somehow steadied me. Natalie noticed. Her eyes dropped to the bag, then to Claire's scrubs under her jacket. So this is what you want now, she asked.
How's fucking weather out yonder?
Claire's expression changed. Not angry, disappointed. I'm impressed by people who work hard and don't mock the person feeding them, she said. Natalie blinked like she had been slapped. I did not smile. It was not funny.
Rain, heat, like what you getting right now?
Your boxes are in the spare room. I'll bring them out. She looked past me into the hallway. Can we please talk inside? No. Ryan. No. I said again. The last private talk we needed should have happened before you invited an audience. This one can be short. Her voice dropped. Are you really choosing her? I'm choosing not to be ashamed of my own life. For a moment, she looked younger than 25. She looked like someone finally seeing the price tag after breaking something she thought was cheap.
Probe launched.
She whispered. You stay with
It seems about average with what I'm getting right now. According to my computer, it says it's about 84 outside right now.
Probe launched.
I'll help carry your boxes to your car. I said, that's all. She cried while I brought them out. Not loud, not dramatic, just steady tears as she pulled the trunk of the same
Launching
clothes
probe.
she once hung in my closet while telling me my life lacked
Kinda wish we'd get another goddamn storm front like we did,
not turning the moment into a victory.
God, what was it, last week?
Beside her open driver's door.
Where we had, like, for the week and a half or so prior, we had, with, like, humidity and shit calculated into it, we had temperatures going over 100 and, somewhere between, like, 102 and 110.
Launching probe.
And then we got this really nice, like, 2 days worth of storms off and on. And oh my god, the temperature for the rest of the week following, for like, well, at least 3 or 4 days following, the temperature was fucking amazing.
Probe away.
Like, we had, it was like 80, but with like the moisture and shit in the air, it damped it down to a point where it was just beautiful out.
Posture of a man approaching a dog. He was not sure remembered biting him. Ryan, he said, about that dinner. We're good. I should have said something. Probably. He nodded, accepting it. For what it's worth, Natalie told everyone you exaggerated what you made. Then Paige said she looked up your company because she felt bad. And yeah, that didn't help Natalie much. I almost laughed, but there was no joy in it.
Kind of wish we'd get another one like that, because right now, we've got that, like, heat index and shit's going fucking insane again. It's, I mean, it's not as hot out as it could be, considering this is Iowa.
Not because I had exposed her online. Not because I had asked anyone.
Like, it could be way worse than it is right now.
That was the part she never
But it's still hot enough that even with my affinity for heat, I'd rather sit in with the AC going.
Probe away.
For most of the time I'm up.
Probe launched.
Though I do, I'm enjoying having like my bedroom window open every day. And not having to worry about
Probe away.
my bed getting soaked or whatever.
Probe.
Because that helps maintain an even temperature in the house, a comfortable temperature, where I can sit in here wearing, you know, light clothes, t-shirt, light pair of sweatpants, that kind of thing, and be very, very, very comfortable without having to give up like, or get up like every couple hours and switch the fucking AC on or off. And considering that for some goddamn reason my fucking bedroom is the coldest room in the house, and that's saying something considering I live on the 3rd floor and I know there are people in the apartment below me, so you would think, you know, heat's supposed to fucking rise and shit. You would think coldness wouldn't be that big of a deal in summer and spring, but nah. Like, I don't get the heat rising like we're supposed to, so I have to deal with my apartment not filtering temperature the way it should, being a third story. And it fucking sucks. Like, God, I both love and hate the complex. I love that whoever decided to build here built in an area that's very convenient for a lot of things. I've got doctor's offices like hop, skip, and a jump from me, walking distance. Mayhem's not too far out from me. Grocery store right next door. But whoever actually designed the build is a fucking moron. I could see just so many ways that if I'd been the one designing the fucking blueprints, I'd have been like, okay, yeah, we're gonna change this, we're gonna fix this. I'm willing to bet that the installation of the building is probably shit and shot. Like, whoever designed this place and whoever built it were fucking idiots. And when they did the redesign a few years back, that didn't help any. Matter of fact, I think it may have worsened matters. Welcome back, Mid. So did you hear my explanation of what Digimon is earlier, or did you leave before I got through that? Because honestly, understanding Digimon is pretty fucking easy. So, the concept of Digimon is pretty simple. All digital data that's been created since the invention of anything digital has this space that it goes to. Over time, it developed life. Over time, that life became fully sentient. Over time, after it developed sentience, that life started becoming threatened by major evils. It discovered that it couldn't fight those evils anymore on its own. It needed help. It found out that it needed to join with humanity in order to beat the vast and varied evils that were threatening the digital world. So eventually, digital life forms, also known as digital monsters, sought the assistance of humanity. With their assistance, they have overcome many trials and tribulations and fought and beaten great evils and protected their universe, the digital world, which happens to be a multiverse, which, if you think about it, makes a lot of logical sense because, you know, it's all digital. Like, why wouldn't it be a multiverse?
You forged my signature or accepted a forged document. Either way, you're personally liable, and so is First Commonwealth.
That's essentially Digimon in a nutshell.
If it's not, you'll be dealing with my attorney, the State Banking Commission, and whatever law enforcement agency handles wire fraud. When we clear, the funds have already been dispersed to your brother's account for Meridian Savings. And you better start...
Do you understand what I said? Does that help you comprehend what Digimon is and has been for decades?
I poured myself a glass of wine and sat there in the dark, running through the sequence of events. My mother had always favored Garrett. That wasn't news. He was the baby, the boy, the one who could do no wrong, despite mounting evidence that he could do nothing right. But this was different. This was $340,000. This was my inheritance from my father. Money he'd specifically structured to stay outside my mother's reach because he'd known, even then, what she was capable of. Marcus came downstairs around 10, found me still at the table. She's out cold. What's going on? You've been weird since that phone call. I told him everything.
You can watch some of them on official anime sites like Crunchyroll or other streaming platforms. Some of them have some of the shows, but remember, Digimon's been around for 20 plus years. There is a lot to it. There are a ton of movies. You're going to have a difficult time finding those. There's a ton of series, and you're going to have a hard time finding the majority of them right now. The internet's having a fit with keeping up some of the streaming sites, like what I've been using to watch various anime, etc., including Digimon. There are no solid sites for that I can give you at the moment. So you're going to have to go through, unfortunately, you're going to have to go through official sites that you'll have to pay for. Like, I can't help you on that at the moment. If and when I can find some sites that are more comprehensive and will allow you to watch more, I will let you know if I'm still in contact with you at that moment. I can't guarantee that will happen anytime soon, due to what appears to be a crackdown on sites that are technically pirating these shows. And they're not even pirating it for monetary profit. They're just trying to make it easier and cheaper for fans to be able to go to some site and watch everything related to a particular show or franchise.
Deanna slid a document across the table. Your brother filed paperwork 3 weeks ago to incorporate a new LLC, Ashworth Hospitality Group. Listed address is a commercial property on Thornton Street. He signed a lease on that property 6 weeks ago. He planned this for over a month. At minimum, I thought about Garrett and Christmas, asking casually about my investment portfolio. I thought about my mother's pointed questions about Marcus and her buying the new house. I thought about all the fishing expeditions, the seemingly innocent conversations that now look like reconnaissance. File everything, I said. Charges against Clive, civil suit against the bank, fraud charges against my mother. And I want that account at Meridian frozen in the alley. Nadia, are you sure? Once we file criminally, this becomes public. Your family. My family stole $340,000.
Like, if you'd actually come to me a couple of months ago, like 6 months ago, and said, hey, I need places I can watch this so I can maybe get a deeper understanding, etc., etc., I might have been able to help you. But right now, websites are in a great deal of flux, and there's not a damn thing I can do about it.
I typed back, there's nothing to discuss. You stole from me. My attorney is
fast. Don't you dare. I am your mother. I didn't answer. Deanna hung up and turned to me. DA's office is assigning someone. They're treating this as financial abuse in reverse. Essentially, your mother exploited her position of trust, and Clive violated his fiduciary duty. Combined with the forged revocation, they're looking at multiple felony counts. Good. They'll want to interview you. Probably tomorrow. I'll be there. My phone rang again. Not my mother this time. Garrett. What the hell? I just got a call from my bank saying my accounts are frozen. What did you do? I did what you forced me to do, Garrett. You stole my money. Mom said you were on board with this. She said you agreed. Mom lied, just like she lied to Clive at the bank. Just like you both lied when you pretended this was some kind of emergency investment opportunity instead of grand theft. It's not theft. It's family. It's $340,000 that Dad specifically set aside for me. Money he structured to keep away from Mom because he knew she'd do exactly this. You and Mom committed fraud, forgery, and theft. The DA is pressing charges. You should call a lawyer. You can't be serious. Over money. You're going to send your own brother to jail over money. You sent yourself to jail the moment you walked out of Meridian Savings with $200,000 in cash. Where is it, Garrett? Where's the money? Silence. That's what I thought. Goodbye. I hung up. Deanna was watching me with something like respect. That was satisfying. I admitted. I imagine. Now, let's talk about the civil recovery. The $140,000 still in his account. We can recover directly. The $200,000 in cash is going to be harder. If he's already spent it. He hasn't. Not all of it. He signed a lease 6 weeks ago, which means he's been paying rent. Probably $5,000, maybe $10,000 a month for commercial space like that. The rest is somewhere. We can subpoena his financial records. If he's got safe deposit boxes, investment accounts, anything, we'll find him. Do whatever you need to do. My mother showed up at my house that evening. I saw her car pull into the driveway while I was giving Rosalie her bath, and I told Marcus to handle it. He met her at the door, and I could hear their voices from the upstairs bathroom. My mother's shrill and indignant. Marcus is calm and immovable. She needs to come down here and explain herself. She doesn't need to do anything, Judith, and you need to leave. This is my daughter's home, and I have a right. You have no rights here. You're not welcome. If you don't leave in the next 30 seconds, I'm calling the police. You wouldn't dare. Watch me. Silence. Then the front door slammed, and a minute later, an engine started. Tires squealed, and she was gone. Marcus came upstairs looking tired, but
Like, it really sucks because I want to go back and rewatch the Transformer animes. And there's a bunch of those. And I'd like to go back and rewatch some of the older Digimon animes in their Japanese form versus the bastardized American variations. Because don't get me wrong, I love most of the American versions of Digimon. I do. But the Japanese versions are just so much cleaner. They're so much more fun. They're way better. As it is with like anything America gets from Japan that we import, we during the retranslation process, we fuck shit up.
That's a lie. I haven't had dinner with my mother in 4 months. I can show you my calendar, my credit card statements, anything you need. There was no family dinner, and there was no agreement. She's very convincing.
So I am very, very pissed that the sites I've been using are not in a position right now to continue allowing an individual like myself to keep using them. I am very angry about this.
jewelry store.
Probe
He
launched.
bought his girlfriend, not his wife, his girlfriend, a diamond bracelet. He spent $75,000 of my money on a boat and his mistress, I said, reading the report, in less than 24 hours. He's a piece of work, Deanna agreed. What happens now? We go after every asset. The boat is already being repossessed. The jewelry store is cooperating, and we're recovering the bracelet. The poker account is trickier, but he lost most of that money anyway. And the remainder, between what we've recovered and what's coming back, you're looking at about $280,000. The other $60,000, he genuinely spent it. Restaurant lease payments, renovations on the property, equipment that's now the subject of competing liens. So about $60,000. For now, the civil judgment will follow him for the rest of his life. If he ever makes real money again, you'll see it. It wasn't everything, but it was most of it. I signed the documents to finalize the recovery, set up the new trust with proper protections, and tried to move on with my life.
Probe launched.
The criminal cases moved slower. My mother's attorney argued that she genuinely believed she had authorization, that there was no intent to
away.
fraud. The prosecutor wasn't buying it, but they offered her a plea deal. Felony fraud reduced to a misdemeanor, 2 years probation, full restitution of her share of the stolen amount,
Probe launched.
loss of any claim to trustee status. She took it. Apparently, the prospect of a trial, of her country club friends reading
Probe
about
launched.
the in the newspaper, was enough to make her see reason. Garrett was more stubborn. He rejected the first plea offer, then the second. His attorney kept insisting the prosecution's case was weak, that a jury would see this as a family dispute.
Probe away.
Not a crime. Vincent Caruso called to tell me they were going to trial. Are you prepared for that? He asked. Trial means testimony. Your mother will probably be called as a witness. Your brother's attorney will try to make you look vindictive.
Probe away.
You're punishing him for family grievances. Let him try. I have emails, documents, bank records. I have the forged signature on the power of attorney. I have evidence that he withdrew cash and immediately spent it on a boat and jewelry for his girlfriend.
Launching probe.
His word, and your mother's. My mother already pled guilty. Her credibility is shot. You'd be surprised what a good defense attorney can do. The trial was 3 months later. I took the stand on the second day and answered questions for 4 hours. Garrett's attorney, a slick man named Patterson, tried everything. He suggested I'd had a history of financial disputes with my brother. He implied I was jealous of my mother's relationship with him. He accused me of using the legal system to settle personal scores.
Probe away.
I answered every question calmly, directly, with documentation to support my claims. When he asked why I'd hung up on my mother instead of discussing the transfer like a reasonable adult, I said, because she told me the theft had already occurred. There was nothing to discuss. She had
Launching
forced me
probe.
on a crime, and I ended the call to contact my attorney. A crime, your mother says. My mother pled guilty to fraud 3 months ago. The crime is established fact. Patterson didn't have a good response to that. The jury deliberated for 6 hours. They came back with guilty verdicts on all counts. Felony theft, fraud, conspiracy to commit fraud, forgery. Garrett stood there in his expensive suit, his face going gray as the verdicts were read. Sentencing was 3 weeks later. The judge gave him 4 years, suspended 2, with mandatory restitution and 5 years probation upon release. He'd serve at least 18 months. His restaurant, of course, never opened. The leased property sat empty until the landlord terminated the contract and sued him for unpaid rent. I didn't attend the sentencing. There was nothing I needed to see. Deanna called me with the news while I was at work, and I thanked her, hung up, and went back to my spreadsheets. My mother didn't reach out. Not during the trial, not after the sentencing, not in the months that followed. I heard through cousins that she was telling everyone I'd destroyed the family, that I'd chosen money over blood, that I'd never be forgiven. I could live with that. Rosalie turned 7 that fall. We had another backyard party, another bounce house, another unicorn cake. Marcus ran the treasure hunt while I sat at the picnic table with a glass of lemonade, watching our daughter sprint across the grass with her friends, shrieking with joy. My phone stayed quiet in my pocket. No calls from my mother. No crisis interrupting the celebration. Just the sound of children laughing and the hum of the bounce house motor and the knowledge that what was mine stayed mine. That evening, after the guests were gone and Rosalie was asleep and Marcus and I were cleaning up the backyard in the fading light, he paused with a trash bag in his hand and looked at me. You okay? I'm good. You see,
Okay, there we go.
Last year, someone was stealing from me and I didn't know it. This year, I know exactly where I stand. He nodded, tied off the bag, carried it to the bin. The sky turned pink and orange over the fence, and somewhere down the street, a dog barked, and the neighbors' kids called out to each other in the gathering dusk. I thought about calling my mother, not to reconcile, not to apologize, just to, I didn't know, prove something, hear her voice, see if she'd changed. But I knew the answer already. She had
Alright, we're gonna go help a couple of my crewmates.
the rest of her life convinced she was the victim, that her ungrateful daughter had betrayed her, that the justice system had failed to understand the complexities of family. Let her think that. Let her stew in it. Let her sit in her empty house wondering why neither of her children visited anymore.
Which means I don't get a choice. I have to take these two. That's their fucking missions.
Rosalie's drawings from the party. She'd set up an art station this year. Her own idea. Were spread across the table, waiting to be sorted and hung on the fridge. I walked inside and closed the door behind me. The backyard fell dark. 2 months after the sentencing, a letter arrived at my office. I didn't recognize the return address at first. A P.O. box in a city I'd never been to, but the handwriting was familiar. My father's sister, Aunt Claire, who I hadn't spoken to in years. Nadia, she wrote, I heard about everything.
Yo, Goliath, what's up?
That your father saw this coming. He used to tell me he was worried that Judith would try something once he was gone. He set up that trust the way he did specifically because he didn't trust her. I should have reached out sooner. Should have warned you, but I didn't want to interfere. I'm sorry. If you ever want to talk, I'm here. I read the letter 3 times. My father had been dead for 8 years. He'd set up the trust when I was 25, right before his diagnosis, when he knew his time was limited. I always thought it was just good estate planning. Now I realized it was a I wrote back to Claire. We talked on the phone for 2 hours that weekend. She told me stories about my father that I'd never heard. Stories about the early years of his marriage to my mother, the signs he'd seen and ignored, the regrets he'd carried. She told me he loved me, that he talked about me constantly.
Hey, Laura Lou, it's going good. It's going good. You got a couple of those.
She said, the way you handled this, he would have been so proud. I cried for the first time since the party. Not because I was sad, because I was relieved. Because someone in my family, finally, was on my side. Because my father's voice reached me through his sister, 8 years after his death, to say, you did the right thing.
If you're looking for work, you're shouting down the wrong hole. The blood pact only recruits programs.
Automatic alerts for any withdrawal requests. The money sat there, growing, untouchable by anyone except me and eventually Rosalie. When she was old enough, she'd have options. College, a house, starting a business, whatever she wanted. My mother's gift.
They're not going to be happy I have a Solarian with me.
Garrett served 14 months before being released to a halfway house. I heard about it secondhand through the cousin network that still operated despite everything.
The clan leader wants to speak with you. Keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right suit and put him down.
His girlfriend with the diamond bracelet had vanished the moment the assets were seized. I didn't feel sorry for him. I didn't feel anything for him, really.
You know what's wrong with him? What he needs?
There's nothing wrong with him. Just go speak to the clan leader.
And now he was stocking shelves at 44 years old with a felony record. That was his life. I had mine. My mother sold the house that spring. Downsized to a condo in a retirement community 2 states away. She told the neighbors.
You should. You absolutely should. The lore is super interesting.
And keep your running pet on a short leash. Get him the right suit or put him down.
Just let me by.
Like, honestly, the Digimon concept is in and of itself one of the most interesting concepts to create a franchise I've seen in my lifetime. Oh, it's a Turian. Yeah, that's right. Turian, not Solarian.
Not clan reports use weak encryption. I see references to a captured Solarian in the logs of the Chief Scout.
Good. Talk to Scout then. Or Chief. Either one acceptable.
Also, I have been unable to access local medical records. I suggest asking the local clan leader for assistance with Drun's problem.
What if something bad happens and you're not there? I knelt down to her level. Something bad might happen. That's life. But you know what?
No.
You're strong.
I have a gut feeling with a Baron.
You think you can.
What? You promising warriors?
No matter what.
Yes.
She hugged me hard, then ran for the bus, waving over her shoulder, and I watched until it turned the corner and disappeared. That night I sat on the back porch with a glass of wine.
You don't want anything I sell.
Marcus was inside, watching something on TV. Rosalie was asleep, dreaming whatever 7-year-olds dream about. The stars were out, the air was warm, and everything was quiet.
Stay.
My phone stayed in my pocket. Nobody was calling. Nobody was demanding. Nobody was scheming to take what was mine.
Greetings.
I thought about the party.
My name's
Almost 18
Raj.
months ago now. The
Have a
bounce
look at
house,
what I've
the
got.
balloons.
Everyone I've talked to hates that aliens are a nerd knob. Except you.
I don't have the luxury of turning away paying customers. I do enough business off-world to know that you aliens have more credits than people here do.
What do you have in stock?
Most of it's food and drink that's toxic to humans. Lynn calls a local favorite. We'll try to act tough and tear your insides apart. He's not joking. Wind call hits aliens like ground glass. Otherwise, I've got weapons, scrap, and whatever food those pie jocks don't steal, which isn't much. Take a look at my kiosk over there if you want to buy something.
God, I love a penis for a day. Just for like 24 hours.
At 3 a.m., my wife secretly took my debit card info while I was asleep. The next day, I saw
What the hell is a pie jack?
charges for
Off-world vermin. Humans say they're like monkeys. They come in and steal food, wind calls, whatever they can get their talons on. I started using the mounted defense cannons to stop them.
I'm a good shot. Maybe I can help out with the pie jacks.
Feel free. Use the console out there to control the guns. Make a dent in the pie jack population. You get a discount. Good luck with that.
All right.
I should go.
Suit yourself.
Let's go get me that discount.
I lost half my stock in a bed on the pits. Those are good actions.
We lived in Tampa, in a house we could barely afford because Sophia needed to keep up appearances with her sister's crowd. The same crowd that took European vacations every summer while we scraped together money for a weekend in Orlando. Her seat's on the fringe. I said,
Watch it, human.
same place it always is.
Let's see what the human can do.
Small detail, but in my line of work, small details keep you employed. I've been tracking unauthorized financial access for years. Corporate espionage, identity theft, employee fraud. Someone gets access to financial information. They start small. They get bolder. Sophia gets my chain and headed upstairs. I'm going to call my mom about her. I watched her go, then checked my wallet. Everything looked normal, but nobody was safe. My debit card was there. Credit cards and their usual but she'd been handling them. Expiration dates. The thing about financial fraud is someone leaves their card somewhere visible, or trusts the wrong person with access to their accounts. I'd seen marriages destroyed by financial betrayal more times than I cared to count. Husbands who discovered their wives had been funding affairs with joint credit cards. Wives who learned their husbands had been giving away retirement funds. I walked to my home office and pulled up the fraud monitor.
There we go.
Someone was planning to access my accounts without permission. They were going to get more than they bargained for. That night, I prepared something special. I connected to a honeypot account with exactly $60,000. The account was monitored by the same systems I used to catch corporate thieves. Every transaction would be tracked, recorded, and flagged. GPS locations, information, timestamps, everything needed to be airtight in case of unauthorized usage. I placed the card in my wallet, exactly where my regular debit card was at. 3 days later, I met Sophia 4 years ago at the university. She was finishing her marketing degree, working part-time downtown, smart, ambitious, and captivated by the idea of financial security. My job fascinated her. The technology, the investigations, the way I could trace fingerprints across international networks. You're like a detective, she'd said on our third date, but for money. Back then, I thought her interest was charming. She asked detailed questions about my work, wanted to understand how financial systems work, how transactions were processed and monitored. I explained fraud detection methods, showed her case studies of corporate theft, demonstrated some of the tracking software I used for client transactions. We married 2 years later. Sophia had wanted something bigger, but my salary at Dravenmark couldn't support the kind of wedding her sister had. Vanessa married a real estate developer. House with a pool, drove a car, and I made it 6 months. The comparison started small. Vanessa's vacations, her desires, the restaurants she could afford. Sophia never said anything directly, but the message was clear. We weren't together. I picked up freelance consulting work to supplement it. Late nights helping companies implement fraud detection systems. The extra money, but it wasn't enough to bridge the gap between our lifestyle and Vanessa's. Sophia started working longer hours at the boutique, but her paycheck seemed smaller, not larger. When I asked her,
Eyes straight
she said
ahead.
the owner had cut commission rates. Made sense. Retail was struggling. The warning signs had been there for months. Sophia asking about my work schedules when I'd be traveling for client meetings. Questions about bank security protocols.
Every time
how long it took
something
for
clean, those
initial
bourbon
transactions to be
roasting
flagged.
heat from an
She
explosive
framed it as
shell.
curiosity
I
about
swear
my
it was
expertise,
glorious.
but I recognized reconnaissance.
It was a lot of fun.
3 weeks ago.
Help yourself some more. There's no shortage of pie jocks out there if you get a craving for violence. I'll give you a discount at my store. Anything you want, you buy at cost.
I should go.
I should have
Suit yourself.
Should have asked direct questions about what she was planning. But part of me needed to know how far she'd go. In my business, assumptions get you fired. Evidence gets convictions. The morning the bait card disappeared, Sophia made breakfast.
This looks interesting.
Coffee, normal routine, normal conversation. She asked about my day, mentioned she might go shopping with Vanessa later. Nothing too expensive, she said, kissing me goodbye. You know how I am about our budget. I watched her drive away. The first alert came at 11:15 that morning. Single transaction, $500.
I still have over 300,000. Okay, that's what I was looking for.
When my phone buzzed with the notification, standard fraud protocol. Any transaction over $300 triggered immediate alerts. I excused myself and checked the transaction details. The card had been used at a store Sophia had mentioned, visiting Vanessa. High-end handbags, designer accessories, the kind of place that required appointments for first sessions. 20 minutes later, another alert. $2,000, same
You
store.
can do that next time they bring it
Then
to
another. By lunch, she'd spent $8,000 on what the transaction log showed as luxury goods, handbags, shoes, jewelry. Each purchase tracked with GPS coordinates, vendor identification numbers, and timestamp data accurate to the second. I sat in my car outside the client's
Put down
office and
some
watched the
real-
alerts pile up on my phone. This wasn't impulse shopping. This was systematic, planned spending. She knew exactly.
We'll go with the red one.
And to me, the pattern changed. $2,000 for airline tickets. The transaction. Destination data. Departure times. Paris, France, first-class seats. Departing tomorrow morning. I drove home and checked our joint accounts.
Give me a
She
reason.
hadn't touched them. Smart move.
Step back.
Taking money from
My
joint assets would have been harder to explain. Easier for me to notice.
One
immediately.
wrong.
But the main card
Don't
was
touch
linked to an
anything.
account she didn't know existed.
Do I look like I have time to talk? I've got work to do.
Sophia made
Those
dinner like
fools
nothing
brought
had
this
happened.
Tomka back from a skirmish without its combustion manifold. They say it got shot off in the field. You tell me, how can you expect a Tomka to run without a combustion manifold?
She packed a suitcase.
Any idea where I could find a combustion manifold?
Yeah, I could make one. Give me 3 days and a barrel of Ringcall. The one they lost is probably still out in the field. It's too much to expect them to collect it and bring the damn thing back.
Way to meet Vanessa for what she told me was a local spot trip.
I'm going out in the field. If I see a combustion manifold, I'll bring it back with me.
If you did, it would save me a lot of work. Maybe bring back my sunny disposition.
I've never seen a Kroger mechanic before.
What? You think we kidnap Quarians and make them do the hard work? Not anymore, we don't.
Let me get out of your way.
Don't do me any favors.
Instead, she was documenting her own crime with digital precision that would make a prosecutor's job effortless. I made coffee and settled in to watch the show.
Eyes straight ahead.
Years of fraud investigation had taught me patience. Evidence gathered slowly was evidence that lasted in court. By the end of the week, she'd spent over $60,000 of what she believed was my money. The international alerts started flowing in on day 2 of Sophia's spa weekend. The fraud monitoring system I connected to the big
Programs hit by genocide, nuclear assaults, civil wars,
exactly as
still survive.
every
Yeah,
transaction triggered
no thanks to you
notifications to multiple
or anyone
databases.
else.
My personal
Impressive to see life adapt, continue despite circumstances. Inspiring.
financial crime tracking protocols. By Wednesday morning, Sophia had unknowingly activated security measures she couldn't have imagined. The bait card wasn't just monitored by me. It was flagged by systems that tracked suspicious international spending patterns.
We can use this.
And potential money laundering activities. Her shopping spree in Paris had triggered automatic reviews by 3 different financial crime units. The volume and pattern of spending set red flags through international banking networks. First-class flights paid for with a card that
I am
had been
Forta,
for months.
Lord High Researcher in Matter Scientific for Plan Ergo, and I don't have time to answer your inane questions.
Exclusive restaurants. The kind of
I won't take up much of your valuable time.
My work is very important, human.
Of course it is. I'm just curious. I'd heard a lot about the genius of Krogan science.
Oh, I knew someone understands. I swear, I am among brainless pyjaps, toiling among savages. I am the Lord High Researcher.
Thank you, Laura Lou. Appreciate y'all.
You must be working on something important.
I was building the biggest, best defensive ordnance yet. A real ground pound. But the new plan leader wastes my time with frivolous research. Crop genetics, medicinal improvements. We can buy that stuff from the Solarians.
Solarians created genophage, I've heard. Still trust them with medicines and agriculture?
Yeah, what else can the Solarians do to us at this point? It's not like they can make us even more infertile. Actually, wait, forget I said anything.
I take it you're a scientist.
I used to be a scientist. I designed weapons. Now my genius is wasted on frivolous things. Things that don't explode. My predecessor said no one would understand the true worth of my work. As I pulled my blade from his chest, I knew.
Not exactly what I would call effective academic peer review.
I don't care what you call it. We value the will to use what we create, not just the ability to create it. We don't count success until the ground shakes in response.
You must be working on
I
something.
was, but the new plan...
Solarians
Yeah, actually, wait, forget I said anything.
Sounds like the new clan leader has some very different ideas on how to lead the Krogan.
If you want to know more, talk to him directly. He's my leader. I'll not say anything else about it.
Enjoy your
Yes,
research.
yes, move along.
That's wonderful. When are you coming home? Sunday evening. I can't wait to show you everything I bought. Vanessa helped me pick out some gorgeous pieces. I'm sure they're beautiful. Oh, and Patrick, I found this amazing little boutique near the Louvre. I got you something special. After she
One more win in the kids. Non-retired.
$2,000 at a restaurant, $1,500 at a wine shop, $4,000 at what appeared to be a jewelry store. Agent Torres called again Friday morning. Patrick, we need to talk in person.
You must wait till the clan leader summons you. He is... in talk.
You know what tradition demands. Clan Erdnot must respond. Your reforms will not go unopposed. You risk appearing weak at a critical time.
Shepard.
Good enough?
She said, France, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The volume of transactions, the luxury focus, the semi-international travel, it all suggests potential money laundering or organized
My friend.
It's not organized crime. It's personal
Well
betrayal.
for dead, Shepard.
But the evidence doesn't
Should have known before he couldn't hold you.
Looks like helping me destroy Saren and the Geth has worked out for you. Glad we didn't have to kill each other on Vermeer.
You made the rise of Erdnot possible. Vermeer was a turning point for the Krogan. Though not everyone was happy about it. Destroying Saren's genophage cure freed us from his manipulation. I used that to spur the clans to unify under Erdnot.
You abandoned many traditions to get your way. Dangerous.
I sat down hard in my kitchen chair. That's impossible. She's never
Speak when spoken to, Uven. I'll drag your clan to glory whether it likes it or not.
Barcelona and Amsterdam.
Now, Shepard, what brings you here? How's the Normandy?
Destroyed in a collector surprise attack. I ended up spaced.
Well, you look good. Ah, the benefits of a redundant nervous system.
Yeah, humans don't have that.
Oh, it must
Pokeballs
have
out.
been painful then. But you're standing here, and you've got a strong new ship. Takes me back to the old days. Us against the unknown, killing it with big guns. Good times.
I'm looking for a Solarian. He was captured by the Blood Pack and brought here.
My scout commander can direct you. He's probably near the perimeter running target practice. Don't take too much of his time. I need a constant watch on the other clans.
Is everything okay? She asked. I need to ask you about Sophia's trips. The spa weekends, the shopping excursions. How many of those have you actually been on together? Long pause. Patrick, I haven't been on a trip with Sophia in over 2 years. We had coffee last month, but that's about it. Why? The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. Sophia had been using Vanessa as cover.
Sounds like you've got big changes ahead for the Krogan.
We are making a neutral ground where all clans are welcome. Fertile females can be shared among clans. We will strengthen the race as a whole.
You threaten everything that makes us strong. It will not last.
I think that's Michael Dorn from Star Trek.
How do you maintain security with so many different clans in one place?
Any clan willing to send in hostages can come in. No fighting inside the camp. Each clan punishes its own criminals. We stop conflicts before anyone dies. Then we present a simple choice. Pay a fine and deal with your problems, or your clan is no longer welcome.
What's so important about maintaining individual clans?
Every clan has different customs, rites of passage, rules of behavior, battle songs, all unique. That diversity makes us great. No clan, not even mine, was meant to survive on its own.
What do the women of Clan Erdnot think about this plan?
It was our female clan leader's idea. The neutral area is safe, and it encourages more female clans to ally with us. Attacks on Erdnot now endanger the females of all clans. Even clans that want to see me dead will defend Clan Erdnot.
This sounds ambitious. How's it gone so far?
Better than I feared, worse than I'd hoped.
It can't continue. You are going against what makes us strong.
Sounds like you're not making friends.
Traditionalists like Uvank are chained therein, always fighting, guiding their pathetic stick in the ground. When the smoke clears, I can plant a flag on their corpses and rally the rest around a new Krogan hub.
Sounds like you're counting on a lot of bloodshed even after you unite.
It will be slow, but I won't change what we are. Krogan are judged by the strength of our enemies. Our worst insult is to say someone's not worth killing.
I hope that works well for your people. But back to the reason I'm here.
We don't often allow aliens to do business on Tuchanka, but you're an exception.
I spent the day preparing for Sophia's return. Cleaned the house, organized the evidence I've gathered, reviewed the
I have a Krogan on my crew. He has some kind of sickness and needs treatment.
showed total spending of $59,700. Every purchase documented, every transaction
Where are you from, Well?
creating another piece of evidence.
Was your clan destroyed before you could learn what is expected of you?
I have no clan. I was tank-bred by Warlord Okir. My line distilled from Kredok, Moro, Shiagar.
You recite warlords, but you are the offspring of a syringe.
I am pure Krogan. You should be in awe.
Okir is a very old name. A very hated name.
He is dead.
Of course. You're with Shepard. How could he be alive?
Does that name mean anything to you, Rex?
Vicious warlord responsible for many deaths, who apparently toyed with genetics. A clone undertaking the right.
You are considering it? Tank-bred allowed status as an adult? This is too far.
There's nothing wrong with him. He's becoming a full adult.
Ah, puberty ritual. Common among species with hormone-driven reproductive urges.
I don't care what aliens call it. Krogan undergo the rite of passage.
Too far, Rex. Your clan may rule, but this thing is not Krogan.
Idiot. So, Grunt, do you wish to stand with Erdnot?
What does the rite of passage require?
Not for me to say, Shepard. The shaman will discuss that.
You'll let a tank-bred Krogan join Clan Erdnot?
Only because he's with you. After all, you and I killed thousands like him. Not quite as big, but many. Clan Erdnot is strong, and the others will do as I say. They see the benefit of my vision.
I never gave you permission to use any of my accounts. Silence on the line. Patrick, please. I can explain everything. I'm sure you can. Save the explanation for your lawyer. I hung up and turned off my phone. The house felt quiet for the first time in years.
What happens if he doesn't do this rite of passage?
If he was left here, he would be killed. The clanless are not respected. A tank-bred, probably more so. His disposition is what it is, right or no. That's just him being a Krogan. Okir didn't tell you that in the tank. Did he, boy?
Conspiracy to commit financial crimes.
This is his choice.
Potential prison sentences measured in years, not months. Your Honor, Attorney Garrett said, the defendant engaged in a sophisticated criminal enterprise spanning over 18 months. She systematically
It is in my blood. It is what I am for.
Good boy. Speak with the shaman. He's over on the second level. Give him a good show and he'll set you on the path.
Requested bail, arguing that she was a first-time offender with ties to the community. Attorney Garrett
You too, Shepard.
evidence of the internet
How many times have you stepped in a mess for your crew?
Good to see you, Rex. Sure you can't come with us?
Wish I could, but I need to keep these short-sighted fools in line. Hunt well, Shepard.
Patricia Coleman reviewed the evidence, including the notebook of stolen credit card information found in Sophia's possession and the detailed transaction logs from my monitoring system. The court finds that the defendant poses both a flight risk and a danger to the community. Judge Coleman ruled. The systematic nature of these crimes, the international scope, and the sophisticated methods employed suggest a likelihood of continued criminal activity if released.
What do you want, human? You're crowding my hump.
So you're in charge of Erdnot's scouts. Why waste your time shooting at vermin?
Ammunition is the one thing we're not hurting for on Tachanka. As scout commander, I have to set an example. Plus, the little bastards get into food supplies if their numbers get too high. Can't have that.
You see a lot of action around here?
Enough. Bearing here and there, and snakes in any of the water safe enough to drink. Rex has made ceasefire agreements with some of the clans, but I still have to patrol, keep them honest.
What does the scout commander do?
We find out where the enemies are, and we make them think that there are too many of us to screw with. Sometimes that means harassing a perimeter, taking out a generator or two. Other times, we play hide and seek. We leave lots of tracks, exaggerate our numbers.
That's not recon, that's sabotage.
It's a lot easier to count their numbers once you blow some of them up. Everyone knows where Erdnot is, human. It's not like we can hide.
So every clan on Tachanka encroaches on the other clan's borders?
Borders? This is Tachanka. Our borders are determined by the range of our guns. We are what we are, human. If we didn't fire at them, they wouldn't take us seriously.
Don't your storehouses have automated defenses?
Why bother? Half of what we eat is vermin. And if we get hold of defense systems, we don't use them to guard grain. We got weapons stockpiles to take care of. Beyond that, our women and children get the security.
Taking care of your food supply would help more in the long run.
If Clan Jordan kills our guards and helps itself to our well-secured food, there won't be a long term. This is Tachanka. Having power and clean water means we're living in luxury.
Your enemies go after civilians?
Easiest way to wipe out a clan. Women and kids can fight, but they're always outnumbered if another clan goes after them. If it's women and children are killed, the clan's hope for the future is lost. It falls apart. We don't do that, though. Rex's orders. Even if it costs us a battle, we don't fire on non-combatants.
Thanks for the information.
Whatever. What do you want, human? You're crowding my hump.
I'm looking for a Solarian. The Blood Pack captured him and he was last seen around here.
I heard about that Solarian, poor bastard. If it's Blood Pack, then Clan Weirlock has him. Sent one of my scouts to check it out, but he never reported back. Guess they got him, too. Chief told me to give you one of the trucks. Just follow the highway to Weirlock's base if you've got the quads to deal with him in the Blood Pack.
From a young age, I understood that if I wanted something, I had to find a way to get it myself. At 12, I saved every dollar from mowing neighbors' lawns to buy the sneakers I wanted. Meanwhile, all Brandon had to do was frown in a store, and minutes later, our mom would pull out her wallet. My parents always said Brandon was sensitive and needed more support, as if weakness were a reason to be prioritized. In high school, I asked to work part-time at a bakery to save for a laptop for my senior year. After eating it, I came home smelling the
All right, I got to run to the restroom, grab some coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight. Alright, so we get away a little bit from mining planets and do the exciting shit.
It wasn't just property. It was proof of my years of persistence and sacrifice. That night, I called Emily, my longtime financial advisor. After hearing me out, she sighed. Piper, I know you love this house, but from what you're saying, it's becoming a burden. You can sell now while the market's hot, take the profit, pay off your debts, and start fresh manager before it burns me. I knew that same advice to plans in similar situations. Applying it to myself was much harder. The next morning, driving to work, I noticed sold signs sprouting up everywhere. Houses were going in days, some for over the asking price. On my way home, I stopped by the office of my distant colleague Mark.
Worthless. Should have run. Now you'll cry.
That felt like the final push. I went home, stood in my living room, and watched the last light of the day stretch across the hardwood floors. I knew I had to choose. Cling to this dream until it drained me dry, or let it go to protect my future. The decision wasn't impulsive. I spent a week running numbers, outstanding loan balance, repair costs if I stayed, projected profit if I sold, and budget for my next place. Every calculation pointed to the same answer. Selling was the only way to avoid sinking into debt. One thing I kept secret, I didn't tell a soul in my family. Especially not Brandon or my parents. I knew exactly how they would react. Brandon would see it as a golden opportunity to swoop in, and my parents would insist I keep the house for the family. I needed space and quiet to close the deal before the drama hit. Mark connected me with a young couple who were looking for exactly my kind of home. They toured it on a Wednesday afternoon. I stood on the porch, hearing them gush over the open kitchen and big backyard. Just one day later, they sent in an offer.
Time to fight.
Ow!
Sunday dinner at my parents' house had been a tradition for years. No matter how busy I was, I made sure to be there at 6 o'clock sharp because my father hated it when anyone was late. That night I arrived on time carrying a box. Still keeping my plan to sell my house a secret. I intended to show
right on your ass!
The moment I stepped inside, I sensed something was different. Champagne sat in the center. Something I had never seen at an ordinary family dinner. My mother was smiling wider than usual, and my father stood up to hug me, saying, "You're going to be surprised." Before I could ask, Brandon walked in from the living room, wearing a crisp new shirt and neatly combed hair. A rare sight. He held a gift bag, setting it on the table like it was part of some ceremony. My mother tilted her head and smiled knowingly. "Piper, we have good news tonight. Once we..."
Destroy my shield!
Brandon cleared his throat and raised his champagne glass. Starting next week, I'll be moving in with you, Piper. Just temporarily until I get stable at work again. I said,
Enjoy.
a spacious house and it's a waste for you to live in. Keep an eye on things when you're busy. I smiled.
On the ground, now! Logan charging!
The table fell silent. Brandon blinked rapidly, his mouth open, but no words coming out. My mother set her glass down with a sharp click, her voice sharper than usual. "You what? Sold it? Why?"
Hostiles to the right.
Impact shot!
Take ownership.
Deploying incineration tank. Keep them back.
Getting up close!
This is a big decision. Why don't you consider that? I let out a short laugh. Like the way you all planned for Brandon to move in with me without ever asking me. The air at the table turned thick. Brandon shoved the papers back toward me and stood around. I already told my landlord I'd be out by the end of the month. Where am I supposed to go now? You can rent me.
What the hell?
Directly at them. My mother hesitated. Brandon's now my sewing room. My father added, "The storage is full. Clearing
Gonna blow!
So I decided to give up my living plans to clean up space. Brandon growled, "You always think you're better than everyone." No, I just think everyone should take responsibility for their
Repurposed Krogan hospital. Sturdy, built to withstand punishment.
If you're willing to help, that's the most logical way. Brandon shot me a look, then turned to them. See?
That body, human. Need to take a look.
My anger rising, but kept my voice calm. Brandon, no one knows your place.
Sores, tumors, ligatures showing restraint at wrists and ankles, track marks for repeated injection sites. Test subject, victim of experimentation.
Mom's eyes welled up. Hearing you say that, it hurts.
I don't suppose there's a way to tell who this poor bastard was.
No tattoos or ID. Maybe slave or prisoner, maybe merc or pirate. Irrelevant now. Clearly part of Krogan tests to cure genophage. Humans useful as test subjects. Genetically diverse. Enables exploration of treatment modalities.
Experimenting on humans? That kind of crap is what makes Cerberus start to seem like a good idea.
Never used humans myself. Disgusting. Unethical. Sloppy. Used by brute force researchers, not thinkers. No place in proper science. Krogan use of humans, unsurprising.
I imagine you had to do some live subject testing while developing the new genophage.
No, unnecessary. Limited tests to simulations, corpses, clone tissue samples. High-level tests on Varren. No tests on species with members capable of calculus. Simple rule, never broken.
I wouldn't take it back. I had just shut the door when my phone buzzed. A text from Brandon. You'll regret this. I stared at it.
Look, balls out.
Slowly and set the phone on the table. Inside, I felt only relief.
Wouldn't something native to Tachanka work better? Varren, maybe?
Yes, human experiments strictly high-level, concept testing. Native to Tachanka fauna likely used later in development stages. Wise to delay use of Varren until necessary. Powerful bite.
What can you tell about their experiments from looking at the body?
Position of tumors suggests deliberate mutation of adrenal pineal glands, modifying hormone levels, counterattack on glands hit by genophage. Clever.
Do you think they're close to curing the genophage?
Can't say. Need more data. Conceptually sound, though. Genophage alters hormone levels, could repair damage with hormonal counterattack.
Unless he had a valid reason. At first, I thought my parents were just...
How are humans more genetically diverse?
More variable. Peaks and valleys, mutations, adaptations, far beyond other life. Makes humans useful test subjects. Larger reactions to smaller stimuli.
I know we can look much different from each other, but Asari have a wide range of skin tones.
No, ignore superficial appearance, down to genetic code. Biotic abilities, intelligence levels. Can look at random Asari, Krogan, make reasonable guess. Humans, too variable to judge. Outliers in all species, of course. Geniuses, idiots. But human probability curve offers greater overall variety.
If you want to live here, you have to contribute. I stayed out of it, only hearing updates during...
Now we've got 2 reasons to shut this place down.
Focus on mailing. Too late to help the dead.
Forcing him to make it up. One night he came home late. Dad locked the door and he had to sleep on the living room couch to remember the lesson. Gradually, Brandon started adjusting to the new routine. He took a part-time job at a nearby auto repair shop. Not glamorous, but enough to cover his rent to my parents and some personal expenses. Mom said it was the first time in years she'd seen him do his own work instead of dumping it in the machine and leaving her to fold it. 3 weeks later, I got an unexpected call from Dad.
I am the speaker for Clan Werelock Offworlders. You have shed our blood. By rights, you should be dead already. But Werelock Gold, the Chief of Chiefs, has ordered that you be given leave to flee and spread the message of our coming.
Krogan don't generally let people go. What does Clan Werelock have planned?
If you walk away now, you can tell your children that you saw Clan Werelock before our blood pact conquered the stars. You think the Erd not impressive? They are pitiful! Werelock Gold will destroy them! The Solarian will cure the genophage, and Clan Werelock will spread across the galaxy in a sea of blood!
Appears they discovered Malin's work. Unfortunate.
It doesn't have to happen like this. I can understand wanting to cure the genophage.
No, human, you understand nothing! You have not seen the piles of children that never lived. The Krogan were wrong. We will make it right, and then we will have our revenge!
Half the galaxy sees the Krogan as victims. If you start a war, you'll lose their support.
We have the Blood Pact, and we have the Solarian. When our clan numbers in the millions, we will not need support. When we cure the genophage, Werelock Gold will rule all Krogan. The Krogan rebellions will be...
You talk too much.
See? The human cannot hit a simple target.
lasting change. Not just for Brandon, but for the credits too. 3 months after meeting at my old house.
Stop running your mouth and fight!
Labs likely through there. Can smell that deception. Hint of dead flesh.
Just get us there.
Doing it yourself will feel different. Over the next few weeks, family dynamics have my parents no longer called me over every small problem Brandon had. Instead, they shared stories of him solving things, like picking up extra shifts to cover a car repair or negotiating rent with a new landlord. Mom even admitted in a private conversation, "You were right, Piper. I thought protecting him was love, but really I was keeping him stuck." I said simply,
Active console may contain useful data. One moment. Genetic sequences. Hormone mutagens still steady. Protein chains, live tissue, clone tissue. Very thorough. Standard treatment vectors. Avoiding scorched earth immunosuppressants to alter hormone levels. Good. Hate to see that.
Most people wouldn't be so casual about developing a sterility plague, Morton.
Not developing, modifying, much more difficult, working within confines of existing genophage, 100 times the complexity. Errors unacceptable, could cause total sterility, malignant tumors, could even reduce effectiveness, worse than doing nothing. Had to keep Krogan's population stable, 1 in 1,000, perfect target, optimal growth. Like gardening.
Pretty it up however you like. You're talking about murdering millions.
No, murdered no one. Altered fertility, prevented fetal development of nervous system. Have killed many, Shepard. Many methods. Gunfire, knives, drugs, tech attacks. Once with farming equipment, but not with medicine.
You're saying you were working just as hard to keep their population from falling?
Yes, could have eradicated Krogan. Not difficult. Increased mutation to degrade genetic structure further. Chose not to. Rachni extinction tragic. Didn't want to repeat. All life precious. Universe demands diversity.
What was it like working on the genophage modification project?
Best years of my life. Wake up with ideas, talk over breakfast, experiments all morning. Statistical analysis in afternoon, run new simulations during dinner, set data runs to cook overnight. Laughter, ego, argument, passion, galaxy's biggest problem, massive resources thrown at us. Got anything we wanted.
Do you keep in touch with your old team members?
No. All changed with deployment. Made test drop on isolated Krogan clan, hit rest of Tuchanka when results were positive. End of project. Separate ways. Watching it end, watching birth rates drop. Personal. Private. Not appropriate for team.
Sounds like you were pretty important. How'd you go from that to running a clinic on Omega?
Wanted to heal people. Good use of last decade. Something easy. No ethical concerns. Understand rationale for modified genophage. Right choice. Still. Hard to sleep some nights.
How can you agree with using the genophage, Morton? Look at what happened to Tuchanka as a result.
State of Tuchanka not due to genophage. Nuclear winter caused by Krogan before Solarians made first contact. Krogan choices. Refuse truce during Krogan rebellions. Expand after Rachni wars. Splinter after genophage. Genophage medical, not nuclear. No craters from virus. Damage caused by Krogan, not Solarians, not me.
The effects on Tuchanka are still your responsibility. You upgraded the virus that kept them in barbarism.
Krogan committed war crimes. Refused to negotiate. Turian defeat not complete. Krogan could have recovered, attacked again. Conventional war too risky. Krogan forces too strong. Genophage was only option. Krogan forced Genophage, us or them. No apologies for winning. Wouldn't have minded peaceful solution.
So if the Krogan banded together and formed a united government, you'd welcome that?
Yes, the United Krogan saved Galaxy, destroyed Rachni. Genophage not a punishment, simply alters fertility to correct for removal from hostile environment.
He can fucking justify it all he wants. They were wrong.
We're not gonna find Malin staring at consoles. Come on.
Quite the opposite. Listen closely, and I believe that you can hear Stuart literally suffocating as they're on top of him and cursing at him.
Dead Krogan, female. Tumors indicate experimentation. No restraint marks. Volunteer. Sterile, well-locked female willing to risk procedures. Hope for cure. Pointless. Pointless waste of life.
I didn't expect you to be disturbed by the sight of a dead Krogan.
What? Why? Because of Genophage work? Irrelevant. No. Causative. Never experimented on live Krogan. Never killed with medicine. Her death not my work. Only reaction to it. Goal was to stabilize population. Never wanted this. Can see it logically. But still unnecessary. Foolish. Waste of life. Hate to see it.
I didn't think you'd had much direct contact with things like this. Did you come to Tuchanka after dropping your plague?
Yearly recon mission. Water, tissue samples. Ensure no mistakes. Superiors offered to carry it on. Refused. Need to see it in person. Need to look. Need to see. Accept it as necessary. See small picture. Remind myself why I run a clinic on Omega. Rest, young mother. Find your gods. Find someplace better.
I didn't expect spirituality from you, Morden.
Genophage modification project altered millions of lives. Then saw results. Ego, humility, juxtaposition, frailty of life, size of universe. Explored religions after work completed. Different races. No answers. Many questions.
Sounds like you were trying to deal with your guilty conscience. The doctor who killed millions.
Modified Genophage project great in scope. Scientifically brilliant. But ethically difficult. Krogan reaction visceral. Tragic. Not guilty, but responsible. Trained as doctor. Genophage affects fertility. Doesn't kill. Still, caused this. Hard to see big picture behind pile of corpses.
Can you really just rationalize it all away? How do you justify it?
Wheel of life. Popular Solarian concept. Similar to human Hinduism in focus on reincarnation. Appealing to see life as endless. Fix mistakes in next life. Learn, adapt, improve. Refuse to believe life ends here. Too wasteful. Had more to offer. Mistakes to fix. Cannot end here. Could do so much more.
If you need this much soul searching to get over it, maybe the Genophage was wrong.
Had to be done. Rachni wars, Krogan rebellions, all pointed to Krogan aggression. So many simulations. Effects of Krogan population increase. All pointed to war. Extinction. Genophage or genocide. Save Galaxy from Krogan. Save Krogan from Galaxy.
You could have cured the Genophage instead. Brought hope to the Krogan. They'd have rejoiced.
Assumes human reaction. Krogan stimulus response different. Harsh environment. Take chance to fight. Flee. Would have caused chaos in Tuchanka. Victor would have war economy. Bloodthirsty army. Galactic expansion only logical outcome. More war. Genophage saved lives. War would have ended.
So you're willing to sterilize a species based on the evidence of a few simulations?
Yes.
Yo, Niso coming in with a raid.
Countless scenarios. All noted Krogan fragmentation as
What's up, my
dangerous.
dude?
No unified culture to support repopulation. Would have been war. Turians and humans destroying Krogan utterly. Genophage was better. Saved lives.
Look at the dead woman, Morden. It doesn't look like you saved her.
No, it doesn't. Worked with available data. Only option. No other possibility. Doesn't matter.
Ah, damn it. Motherfuckers.
It's not publicly available. It was just released in the past couple of days. Remember, North Carolina is screaming about body cams. They generally don't release them without a court order. So local TV news takes the sheriff's department to court to get the footage. The sheriff of that county, Howell, opposed showing the public.
There we go. I don't often fail those.
This looks interesting.
Is because this was his statement back when this happened, both to the media and to the citizens. This is what it said. Mast was instructed by deputies to dismount the motorcycle in line with the ground. Despite multiple verbal commands, Mast refused to comply, leading to a physical confrontation. After a short ground struggle, Mast was placed in handcuffs, where it was noticed he had become unconscious. Deputies commanded immediate life-saving measures, including the administration of 2 doses of Narcan, followed by CPR, the use of an automatic external defibrillator, and resumed CPR until paramedics arrived. And take a look at the last line here.
Okay, let's see.
And 2 other deputy sheriffs had minor
There we go.
issues. Wait a minute, what? Pretty much none of what the sheriff said there is corroborated by the body cam.
Killed the Blood Pack guards.
Not Blood Pack, not member of Clan Werlock. Wrong clan markings.
There's not Scout. Werlock guards got me. Brought me here.
Chief Scout told us to watch for you. We've taken out the guards. Get back to Erdnot.
I can't. The Werlock did things to me. Drugs. Injections.
Oh, let's get some Pokeballs in chat.
For the good of all Krogan. Experiments to cure the genophage. Flurry. Have to stay.
Morton, can you get him back on his feet? Stims, maybe? Something to bolster his immune system?
You don't understand. I'm not too sick to leave. I have to stay. During the genophage. They're gonna make it all better. They have to keep doing the tests.
Caution, Shepard. Patient unstable, susceptible, brainwashed.
Cause of death is compression, asphyxia of the torso and neck. Other contributory findings include methamphetamine intoxication and heart disease. I mean, I would have assumed that whether you're...
Why do you want them to keep doing the tests?
This is my fault. I got caught. Wasn't strong enough. Not good enough. This is the best I can do. This is all I can do. I'm not big enough to have a real stock with the females. I'll never have kids of my own. But if I help undo the genophage, then I matter.
Millions of children will be born. Werlock children. They're gonna destroy the other clans.
But no. No, they said I was helping Erdnot.
If you want to help Erdnot, you need to get back there. But it would take a real badass to make it back to camp while injured.
I can do it.
You? I said a badass, not some scout whining like a Quarian with a tummy ache.
I'm up. And I'm going to the female camp.
Damn right you are. Get back there and show them what you're worth. Go, go!
Nicely done. Fortunately, the subject is unlikely to be contagious.
Shepard, I'm detecting crates ahead that are holding unstable materials. A misplaced shock can cause a significant explosion.
Or a weapon. Explosives useful. Burn through Krogan armor.
Krogan closing in.
One more.
Not difficult. Next.
Impact shot.
This is about a guy named Stuart Best. He's just riding his motorcycle. He had committed no crimes. He got pulled over by deputies from the Ashe County Sheriff's Office, and within seconds, he would be dead. The medical examiner would rule that death a homicide by asphyxiation. Basically, he was suffocated to death. Did the officers involved violate his rights? Did they get in trouble? Did they get disciplined? Did they get charged? Let's finish.
Ahead!
Warp ammo.
Burn nicely.
Krogan charging! I'll put them down!
Just the thing to have.
Incoming! Watch it!
God damn it, I fucked that up.
And just like that, almost as if he was actually choking him, next thing you know, these cops feel zero resistance at all from Stuart Bast. They realize now they have a serious problem. The guy is completely unconscious. They call for EMS. They start to panic. Their response is, well, let's give him Narcan. And that's what they did. They gave him 2 doses of Narcan. As they're waiting on EMS.
This should come in handy.
His colleague is trying to revive Mr. Bast. They get
of restraint, no evidence of torture. Don't understand.
For such a smart man, Professor, you always had trouble seeing evidence that disagreed with your preconceptions. How long will it take you to admit that I'm here because I wish to be here?
He wasn't kidnapped. He came here voluntarily to cure the genophage.
Impossible. Whole team agrees. Project necessary.
How was I supposed to disagree with the great Dr. Solus? I was your student. I look up to you.
Experiments performed. Live subjects, prisoners, torture and executions. You're doing?
We've already got the blood of millions on our hands, Doctor. It takes a bit more to put things right. I can deal with that.
You honestly think the experiments you did here are justified?
We committed cultural genocide. Nothing I do will ever be justified. The experiments are monstrous because I was taught to be a monster.
Morden, did you ever perform experiments like this?
No. Never taught you this, Malin.
Your hands are clean. What does it matter if the ground is stained with the blood of millions? You taught me that the end justified the means. I will undo what we did, Professor. The only way I know how.
What happens if the genophage is cured and the Krogan expand again? That will be on your head.
We justified this atrocity by saying the Krogan would cause havoc and war if their population recovered. But look at the galaxy. Batarian attacks in the Traverse. Geth attacks in the Citadel. Is this a more peaceful universe? The assault on your Eden Prime might never have happened if we had let the Krogan recover. We'll never know.
How would a Krogan population explosion have done anything to stop Saren and the Geth?
An increased Krogan population would have forced the Council to take steps, likely involving colony rights in the Traverse. The Turian fleets would be vigilant for any military activity in the area. They might have stopped the Geth at Eden Prime.
Supposition. Impossible to be certain.
Don't you see? We tried to play God and we failed. We only made things worse. And I'm going to fix it.
You talked about killing, but the genophage isn't lethal. It only affects fertility rates.
Krogan fight over fertile females. They become mercenaries or pirates because they see no alternative. They would be thriving in a cultural renaissance now had we not decided that this is what they deserved.
Inaccurate. Krogan population resulted in war. Simulations were clear.
My entire family practically lost their minds with excitement. It was like Morgan.
Why work with Clan Weyrloc? And how did you access the genophage data?
Data was easy to obtain. We all still had clearance. We were heroes. All I had to do was ask. As for the Weyrloc, they were the only clan with both the resources and the commitment.
Urdnot has a larger camp than Weyrloc. Why not use them?
Urdnot Rex is too soft. He wasn't willing to do the experiments I needed. It's Urdnot's loss and Weyrloc's gain. Their clan will be the first to recover from the crime we committed.
Someone else's, mostly our parents. But the real shock came 1 week after that party when Morgan and
Malin clearly doesn't need rescuing. What do you want to do?
Have to end this.
You can't face the truth, can you? Can't admit that your brilliant mind led you to commit an atrocity.
Unacceptable experiments. Unacceptable goals. Won't change. No choice. Have to kill you.
Wait, you don't need to do this, Morgan. You're not a murderer.
So, I've been thinking.
No. Not a murderer. Thank you, Shepard.
Yeah.
Finished, Malin. Get out. No Weyrloc left. Project over.
What if he talks to more Krogan? Tells the public about the modified genophage project?
Special tasks group good at covering tracks. No proof. Weyrloc willingness to work with Solarian, unusual. Other Krogan will kill him.
Aren't you worried that he'll start his research again?
No. Locking this unit. Special task group can cut access to old data. Could start from scratch. Decades of work, though. Didn't teach you everything I knew.
You heard the professor. Get out before he changes his mind.
Where am I supposed to go, Professor?
Don't care. Try Omega. Can always use another clinic.
The Krogan didn't deserve what we did to them, Professor. The genophage needs to end.
Yes, it does.
Apologies, Commander. Misunderstood mission parameters. No kidnapping. My mistake. Thank you.
Don't worry about me, Morden. How are you doing?
Should have killed him. Wanted to. Easier than listening. Easier for him, too. Experiments indicate how far he's fallen. Expected it from Krogan. Not one of mine.
Maybe you'll remember that the next time you're discussing the ethics of the genophage.
Yes. So many
Pokeball's
variables,
out.
stress responses, impossible to truly predict. Something to think about. Malin's research, only loose ends. Could destroy it. Closure, security. Still valuable, though.
If you think it could be useful, why not hang on to it?
Worked for years to create modified genophage. Should destroy this. Malin's work could cure genophage. Don't know. Effects on Krogan, effects on Galaxy. Too many variables. Too many variables.
You regret what the Krogan have become. You see the horror of what they did here. But you see the loss, too.
Wasted potential.
They don't deserve this, Morgan. Save the data.
Point taken, Shepard. Capturing data. Wiping local copy. Still years away from cure. But closer than starting from scratch. Done. Ready to go. Ready to be off to Chanka. Anywhere else. Maybe somewhere sunny.
I'd like to look around a bit more.
There was no gratitude in her voice, no acknowledgement of how massive that number was. She genuinely thought I just handed over like I was an ATM. I took a breath. Morgan, I love you, but I'm not funding $50,000 wedding. That's not happening. Her smile faltered just for a second. Then the performance...
Huh, never noticed this one before.
Okay. I guess I'll just tell Bryce we have to cancel the signature cocktails and cut the live jazz band. Thanks for nothing. I didn't say I wouldn't help at all. I offered carefully. But 50 grand? Come on, that's not reasonable. She stood up just like that. Didn't even finish her latte. Fine. Forget it. I'll figure it out myself. Just remember this when the time comes. And with that cryptic line, she walked out. I wish I could say I forgot about it. Chalked it up to Morgan. But something about the way she said it, that weird emphasis on time, dawned me. It was a threat disguised as drama. And in my family, drama has a way of turning nuclear. 2 weeks later, I got a text from her. Dinner at my place. Just us. So much. Smiling face with smiling eyes. I knew I shouldn't go. I went anyway. And the moment I stepped into her apartment, I knew I'd made a mistake. Because it wasn't just us. 3 men in suits were already seated at the table, each with a stack of paperwork. Morgan walked out of the kitchen holding a glass of wine, wearing that same sweet smile she always used when she was about to light someone's arm on fire. She raised her glass and said,
Clan Erdnot has increased in strength after the destruction of Clan Werlock. Based on population profiles, Clan Erdnot has adopted surviving members of Clan Werlock, mostly women and children.
Ah, intelligent move. Surprising from Krogan. Glad to see it.
Also, I have been unable to access.
my gut tightened. This wasn't a super chill dinner. This was a setup, and I was the only one who hadn't...
Shepard, what can I do for you, my friend?
Morgan asked sweetly.
I need to go.
Watch yourself, Shepard. Tuchanka isn't.
Like you've seen a ghost. Didn't realize dinner now included legal counsel. I said, not sitting down. She laughed. Don't be dramatic. It's
Kids
just
have been a bloodbath ever since Urza's hand.
My scout made it back. We've got him at the tent. Doesn't remember much beyond getting tortured, but he remembers you. Said you yelled at him until he got his hump out of that basin back here. You got a quad, human. Thanks for saving my scout. Saves me having to train another one.
Your sister and her fiancé in a matter of
Talk to you later.
arbitration. Please, if you'll join us, I can walk you through the situation. No need.
Ignore them,
I said. My
They're
sister
not worth
already
the effort.
walked me through at lunch. She wants
Don't touch anything.
I said no.
If you're gonna stand there, make yourself useful. I can't do anything until I build a replacement manifold for this damn Tonka.
I found a combustion manifold out in the field. Is this what you need?
Morgan let out a little sigh and took a sip of her wine.
That'll work. Faster than building one from scratch, at least. You just saved me 3 days of work, human. You burn my time if you want it.
What's that you're working on there?
I'm tuning up these machines for battle. It's a wonder this Tonka here made it back to camp. It could be worse. A couple more hits on the broadside, and this thing would have crumbled.
How do you feel about what Rex is trying to do?
The old man's crazy if you ask me, which he just did. But that stuff fixes itself. If it doesn't work, Rex gets torn to shreds and we find out who's got the next best plan.
Krogan's placed so much importance on martial strength. How'd you become a mechanic?
How do you think those fools make it to the field to kill each other? Who do you think keeps the weapons working? Without me, there's no battle, just slaughter. I am the military might of Clan Urdnot.
Are you serious right now? Frederick stepped in again. Mr.
Let me get out of your way.
Don't do me any favors.
Our intention is to reach an amicable solution. Your sister has already made substantial non-refundable payments based on the expectation of your financial support.
You go to Shaman.
She's asking for extortion. I snapped. You don't get to turn a vague.
This variant can track you anywhere on the planet.
The short guy with glasses spoke up then. We're prepared to file a claim for promissory estoppel that includes potential damages and losses if she's forced to downsize or cancel. I stared at Morgan. We're threatening a lawsuit over
This is the great Krogan homeworld. This is the land of Creddock, Shogger, and Viola. This chunk of rock is barely worth standing on. Never thought I'd miss the tank.
You're acting like one. I said, voice low and tight. You forged a contract and hired a legal team to trap me. There was a pause. Then Morgan shrugged, turning to the lawyers with a little grin. He always did like playing the victim. That was the moment something always shifted. I
See that special they had on the extranet?
the sheer
That crap rots your brain.
Maybe
Be out like
familiar smugness on her face. The same look she wore as a kid whenever she got away with something.
Alliance military officials are having difficulty meeting hiring quotas, according to a new report. Since Eden Prime, an initial surge in patriotic enlistments was followed.
Again, then looked directly at Frederick.
Then let's
Let me get this straight. Your case hinges on a casual email that said I'd help out. Yes.
You go beyond yourself, Ganitar Uvank. The rights of Urdnot are dominant. How do we know it will challenge him? He's unnatural. The beasts of the right could ignore him like a lump of plastic. They know blood no matter the wound. Your Spartans not help your case. I'll speak for myself. This is the tank bread. It is very lifelike. Smells correct as well. Your protests ring hollow, Uvank.
Footsteps. Then our mother stepped into the room, arms crossed, expression tight.
I don't care what this idiot says. Grunt has the right to be here.
There's some fire, and from an alien. Oh, the shame seeps on those who whine like pups. If this must stand on ritual, then I invoke a denial. My Krantz stands against him. He has no one. My patience is tested, but Uvank invokes correctly. Grunt, who is your Krant? Your allies willing to kill and die on your behalf.
How is a candidate tested if he brings backup on his rite of passage?
Not every Krogan can be the strongest warrior, but each must inspire his peers to battle at his side. If the ones who know you best can find nothing worthy in you, you should wander the wastes and die alone before you weaken my clan.
We stand with Grunt as shipmates and comrades.
Shipmates are not the same thing, but I grant you aliens your simple interpretation. Aliens don't know strength. My followers are true Krogan. Everything about Grunt is a lie. You dare.
That was kind of a necessary thing.
I like this human. She understands. I withdraw my denial. This will be decided elsewhere.
Please, Justin, just sign it.
You have provoked her. Reason enough for me to like you. They're your problem now.
Do we need any special equipment?
To begin the rites, only the candidate and his crabs are required. You love battle, don't you, Shepard? The last gasp of a dying opponent. Bring your love of the fight to Grunt's trial. You will succeed.
Is that Krogan gonna be a problem?
He is forbidden to interfere. Will he? During the rite of passage, you must be ready for anything, Shepard. From what you've shown me, you will not disappoint.
We've waited long enough. Tell us how this works.
Still your impatience, Shepard. For now, know that Grunt will be tested, and that you must adapt.
We're ready. Let's do this.
Excellent.
I like the shaman. He's kind of cool. For this one, I want her.
Hand already reaching for my phone. I'm calling my lawyer. She laughed. What? To fight back? No. I said calmly. To bring my wife. For the first time all evening, Morgan looked confused. Your wife? I opened the door. She'll explain everything. And just as I stepped into the hallway, a soft voice behind me said, "Actually, I'm already here." Morgan turned around and her jaw dropped. Because standing behind her, holding her own folder of documents, and wearing a blazer that screamed federal-level authority, was the woman I married in secret 2 years ago. She gave Morgan a nod and said, "Let's talk options." And just like that, everything changed. Starts to slide. Except we can't stop it. Let's do it again. Let's crash. Her smile disappeared so fast. Her face went up. She took one step back. Wine glass still clutched in her hand. Blinking when
This is Tachanka's most recent scar. The last surface city to fall in the rebellion. The Keystone was at the heart. It has survived wars and the passage of centuries. It endures, like the Krogan.
6 years ago, when she was doing forensic accounting for a firm that audited one of the companies I had quietly investigated.
If you wish to join Clan Urdnot, you must contemplate the Keystone and its trials.
What will happen?
Who knows? You must adapt. You must thrive no matter the situation. Any true Krogan will.
First the Krogan conquered Tachanka, and mastered a natural world only we are fit to hold.
Here they come. I'm ready. Here they come. I'm ready. Impact shot. There.
Shepard. Attack the Keystone. We need to trigger the Keystone to continue the right.
Then the Krogan were lifted to the stars to destroy the fears of a galaxy. An enemy only we could chase to their lair.
Come to your death. Time to fight! On the ground, now! Too late! Now you're dead! Worthless! Come behind! One more. We need to trigger the Keystone to continue the right. The Keystone. We must have to trigger it again for the next part of the right. Ready for another round, Shepard. Attack the Keystone.
Now, all Krogan bear the Genophage. Our reward, our curse. It is a fight where the only goal is survival.
Feel that? Everything is shaking.
Well, no, we'll let you do that.
Company. Good. I want more.
It's just a game, Justin.
You live, and to lock down the Thresher Maw. No one has done that in generations. Woodnut Rex was the last. My cramp gave me strength beyond my genes, which are damn good.
This will cause discussion. I wonder. You say you are pure, no alien meddling in your construction, just the warlord of fear.
The best Krogan traits are distilled into Grunt. He's designed to be perfect.
Being designed is the problem, but not made by aliens. And he is truly powerful. That is a tolerable loophole.
A what?
A reason to accept you. You are a mistake, but your potential could tip the current balance of the clan.
You spit on my father's name, on Shepard's name, but now you stop ranting because I'm strong.
With restrictions, you could not breed or serve on an alien ship, but you'd be clan in name.
She'd been building a wall around our quiet fortress. That night, I finally broke the silence. Over dinner, some kind of pasta she made.
You talk like he's a thing. You're after his power. You don't really want him in your clan.
Of course not. I didn't really want to cooperate with Clan Urdnot either, but I had to. Clan Gatatog is on the verge, either of greatness or of joining the dust. I get traditional support if I fight you, and reformer support if I back you. Your rite of passage tipped that balance too.
You didn't fail them, Justin. They failed you.
It's your choice, Grunt. Sounds like an easy job.
That's the problem. I'm pure Krogan. Uvik, you were the pretender.
Your head is valuable, whether you're alive or dead.
Just try to take it.
Krogan Recharging!
Coming in close.
Put them down! Moving his meat. Let's signal the Keystone to get out of here and leave him to rot.
Earning the honor of clan and name. Many survive, but it has been years since a thresher maw fell. Your name shall live in glory. Front, you are Earthknight. We now own property. Join the army and apply to serve under a battle master.
Shepard is my battle master. She has no match.
Understood. Congratulations, Earthknight Grunt. Accept this token from Fortak. His weapons are the finest we have.
Picked up after 3 rings. Sounding tired. Justin. Hey. Balls. This about the wedding? I ignored that. You busy? He sighed. Your mom's running errands.
What were you called before you became shaman?
I gave up my name when I became the shaman. I am a conduit for the rage and bloodlust of my people. It would be wrong to retain my old identity. My life belongs to the clan.
My parents' house hadn't changed. Same chipped paint.
I want to know about Tuchanka's past.
Tuchanka is a place of great gifts. It kills the weak, torments the slow, and destroys the stupid. Survival is an honor, and here, Krogan thrive. We cover this planet with our civilization, only to burn it to the ground a dozen times over. Each time, we grow stronger. When we are wise and powerful enough, we will tame the planet forever.
Shiny, loud, way too expensive. I stared at it for a second.
I've never heard anyone say that wiping out their own civilization was a good thing.
I'd have thought you, of all aliens, would understand, Shepard. The Krogan empires and clans of the past were glorious, built in great battles and conquests, but their cores were weak. How else could they have fallen? When Krogan civilization achieves its apex, there will be no stopping it. No stopping us.
Tell me about Krogan rites and ceremonies.
You have seen the rite of passage. Krogans suffer the rite of life at birth, and the rite of honor when they wish to be considered for breeding. The rite of
Pokeballs out.
is suffered before a Krogan faces a new enemy. A clan leader also undergoes many rites in service to the clan.
Just because I wanted to know how many people I'd be up against today downstairs.
What rites did you go through to become chief shaman?
Becoming the shaman is excruciating. I passed through rites that made me wish to die. I carry the scars on my soul. I must perform rites each dawn and dusk to keep me bound into our Krogan nature. Our spirit is one of violence and death. I must be attuned to that.
Your job is awful. Indeed.
I should go.
May your foes be strong enough to keep you sharp.
This might be useful.
Just as passionate about supporting our fellow firefighters.
Our marketplace has allowed fire department coffee to grow 98%.
I think that's...
Waited for the words. I didn't even know how to start. When he returned with 2 mugs, he passed one to me and sat back. No small talk.
That's everything I need to do here.
So I dove in. I need to ask you something, Dad. He looked at me over the radios.
The thresher
His reversed and I said, if Morgan was the one who got me pushed, what would you have done? He didn't answer.
Don't crowd the ambassador. Turn back, human. I may be an ambassador among my people, but that doesn't mean I have to speak to the likes of you. I am Erdnot Grunt. This human is part of my grant. Erdnot allows humans in a candidate's grant. Interesting. I am the ambassador to Erdnot from Clan Nakmor. We're a small clan based in Aquatic Wastes.
If Knockmore is a small clan, how do you keep the more powerful clans from destroying you?
We are the clan of the great warlord Knockmore Crawl, who faced down platoons of Turians and won. Most clans lend us the respect our ancestors do.
What business does Clan Knockmore have with the Erdnot?
Clan leader Rex requested that I come. He and Clan Knockmore have been in talks about a more permanent alliance. With our help, Erdnot could rally others behind its banner, truly unite Tuchanka, and we would gain the chance to fight in larger battles with greater plunder.
I thought all Krogan want to be warriors. What makes a Krogan become an ambassador?
You know as much as you think, human. A Krogan diplomat has to represent the strength of his people, or his clan appears ripe for conquest. I slaughtered my way to the top of my clan, human. I speak with the authority of a warrior.
I should go.
I'm sure you were needed elsewhere.
So, I kept going. I didn't come here to beg for love.
You don't have
I came here to try. His eyes snapped up. What? I'm done, Dad. With all of it. The family events, the fake holidays, the dinners where no one asks how I'm doing, unless it's about
everybody's heard. It hasn't been done since Rex himself.
But I raised a hand. I'm not angry.
A lot of it was choice of weapons. Not gonna lie. There's a reason I picked the beam weapon that I did.
You just can't help making trouble. No one has killed them all since my turning around. Next you'll tell me he's a Clint in Kraft's dark matter. If that's what it takes to replace me.
Apologies. I just left, and I started to live, really live. No more force calls. No more birthday parties where Morgan made a speech.
You are Erdnot Grunt. Welcome.
Being the ghost in the background of someone else's movie. Vanessa and I doubled down on our
Good to see you, Rex.
Wish I could.
second property in Colorado, quiet near the mountains. She set up her own consulting firm. I invested in a startup that helps small business owners access legal protection. Something about that just felt right. We built quietly, peacefully.
Eyes straight ahead.
It just meant I stopped letting them write the story. Morgan's wedding came and
Give me a
we
reason.
didn't attend, but I saw the photos.
Come here, I'll give you a fucking reason, jackass.
You killed that Thresher Mall on foot?
Pyramid scheme reps, college sorority.
Think I'm fucking with you.
Still paying off the trip.
Fuck's wrong with you?
Faces. They recognized one thing right away. No mention of me. Not one. Not even a line. Just erased.
Bitch, we killed a fucking Thresher Mall without support. We did it on foot.
Was built on me not showing up. If I'd been there, if there had been a photo, even a whisper of our presence.
It's all about the team, baby.
So instead, she pretended I never existed.
Step
Get back. My very tongue.
Oh, shut up. If the game would let me, I would murder you on the spot.
Counted 13 guards since we came in. They afraid someone's gonna invade this planet?
These aren't guards. They're warriors.
I know guards when I see them.
I mean, she's not entirely wrong.
I hear you killed a Thresher Maw. Impressive.
That's funny.
Go to the clan. Or not grunt. Go where you want.
Inheritance traumas, prenups gone wrong. Our reputation grew. It's not loud, but respected. People knew us, not because we shouted, because we listened. And when we acted,
Killing the Thresher Maw has generated multiple requests for breeding with Grunt. Oh, and yeah, one for Shepard too. The fuck? Still one of the funniest damn things ever.
we'd barely spoken before. The guy had always seemed like a placeholder with expensive shoes, but his message was short. Hey, Justin, I don't know who else to ask. I know there's a lot of bad blood, and I'm sorry for that, but Morgan's gotten us into something financially. It's big, and I think we're in serious trouble. Can you please call me? I didn't reply. Not right away, but I forwarded it to Vanessa. She read it, closed the screen, then just said, she's slipping. And I nodded. Not because I was happy, but because I knew that was the beginning of the unraveling. And this time, I wouldn't be the one to catch her. I didn't reply to Bryce's email for 3 days. Not out of pettiness, not even to let him sweat. I just needed time to think. I needed to decide what kind of man I wanted to be. Because when someone betrays you publicly, deeply, and with every intention of making it hurt, it changes you. Not instantly, but like slowly.
This is one of many reasons I wanted to and needed to do all the planet scanning I've been doing.
For months, I had told myself that walking away from Morgan, my parents, the whole rotten family ecosystem, was the revenge. That
Still hard to believe Malin betrayed me. Betrayed my work. Disgusted by his actions. Proud of his nerve, though. Almost thought he lacked backbone. Hope he finds something new. Better goal, better purpose. Fewer torture tests.
You're really at peace with what happened?
Yes, of course. Can't change what happened. Life continues. Back to mission, back to work. Become like Malin otherwise. Solarian emotional processing faster than other species. Has to be. Short-lived culture can't spend time reminiscing.
So you really don't feel bad at all about what happened on Tachanka?
Yes, correct. Now, at least. Greatly distressed at the time. Stages of grief, loss, anger, rationalization. Dealt with it. Most issues settled on Tachanka, some on shuttle back to Normandy.
Malin didn't seem like he processed his emotional response. He was obsessed with the genophage.
True, didn't mean to imply that Solarians were healthier emotionally. Can still make wrong choices, bad decisions from grief, anger, guilt. Malin couldn't accept feelings. Made decision, executed. Probably before I left for Omega. Wish I'd seen it. Solarians still feel, just resolve it quickly. Explains lack of marriage, can't sustain courtship emotions. Or perhaps based on reproduction. Unsure.
What about Malin's data on the genophage? His attempts at a cure?
What about it? Have it over there somewhere. Not dealing with it now. Need to focus on collectors. Not important now, regardless. Appreciate you helping me back into Tachanka. Should get back to work. Wasted enough time already. Lots to do. Talk later? Shepard, how can I help?
Have you got a minute to talk?
Perhaps later. Trying to... Anything else?
I'll let you
We'll be here if you need me.
He met me at the door himself, wearing the same panicked look I remembered from the few family functions we both suffered through. Justin,
gotta go talk to Grunt.
No assistants, no coffee, just a whiteboard with half scrub numbers and a table with 2 chairs. I took the one closest to the table. He sat across from me, wringing his hands. I know this is weird. He started.
Bird not grunt. I like it. I have a clan. That makes me... It makes me want to fight, not just able to. And Uvink, I wanted to disembowel him, to tear out his spine like a trophy.
Morgan had started a side business, some kind of wedding consultancy influencer brand.
We started this because you were losing control. Now you sound more violent than ever.
Rex said I was normal. Just had this built-up stuff because of being grown in the tank. Now that I know it's not an outside thing, and I have a place as a Krogan, I like it. Our enemies are in trouble, Shepard, and we better not run out of targets.
I'm not planning on living like this forever, Grunt.
Talk like that, and it won't be your choice. I'm sure as hell not quitting with a whimper. Just so you're clear where we stand. Shepard.
Just checking in.
Humans talk too much. Like the tank. Shepard.
This time, she told them I was handling the books. He said, his voice breaking. She CC'd me on emails with fake spreadsheets I'd never seen. Use my name on invoices. I didn't need to.
Yo, Adidas Dallas, how you doing, bro?
I didn't say anything. Just watched him squirm. She forged a business account in both our names. He continued. She listed me as a co-founder on the website. I didn't even know we had a website until last week. I leaned forward, and now she's gone.
Hello, Level Prodigy. And Mr. Slay Yo Bay. Welcome the fuck in, motherfuckers.
My name's on the paperwork. I'm liable. He looked up at me desperately. I know you don't owe me anything, but you know how she works. You know what she's capable of. I need help. Please. I let the silence stretch. Then I said, you married her. You look like I punched him. I know, he whispered. You had every opportunity to see who she was. I continued. You watched her lie to her clients, threaten her, forge a contract, manipulate my mother, and you stayed. I thought she'd change. She never even pretended.
Commander, you might want to speak with Tally. She's very worried about something.
I'm not bailing you out, I said. His face fell, but I'll give you something better. He blinked. I reached into my briefcase.
Actually, if I remember correctly, Tally is actually in engineering. It's her favorite part of the ship.
Every fake vendor account, every offshore account she dipped into, every identity she's used to file contracts.
Shepard, I'm glad you came by. I may need your help. I just received a message from the migrant fleet. The Admiralty Board has accused me of treason. I'm scared, Shepard.
Nobody who knows you could believe you'd betray your people, Tally.
I don't know. They don't lay charges like this unless the evidence seems absolute. But thanks. I appreciate your faith in me, Shepard.
Is it because you're working with Cerberus?
I'm not working with Cerberus. I'm working with you. And I got leave to serve on the Normandy again. I have no idea what they're accusing me of. You'd think I would remember if I betrayed the fleet.
What happens when a Quarian is accused of treason?
There's a hearing, with members of the Admiralty Board acting as judges. My father is an admiral on the board. He'll have to recuse himself from judgment. I can't even imagine what he's thinking right now. The punishment
Let's put some Pokeballs out.
exile. If they convict me, I can never go back.
So you have no idea why they're accusing you?
None. The specifics of charges like this are rarely discussed on open channels. I won't know any more until I get to the flotilla.
What happens if you're convicted?
Like I said, exile. The specifics are up to the judges. If it's deemed only a tragic mistake in judgment, the guilty party might receive a small ship and supplies. Not that it really matters. Either way, if I'm convicted, I'll never see the migrant fleet again.
So no prison and no death penalty?
We don't have the spare resources for long-term incarceration. Monitored work detail is more effective, and we don't have enough people to afford executions. An exile can still have children, and those children are welcomed back to the fleet.
How often is someone from the fleet charged with treason?
It's rare. It must be something that affects the entire flotilla, not just one ship. The most recent one was Honora Vanya Vassilani, an engineer who handed over fleet defense schematics to the Batarians. She had good intentions. The Batarians were contracted to upgrade our systems, but they passed the defense schematics to a pirate gang.
Was she convicted?
No. She made a suicide run on the pirate gang. She destroyed them before they could attack the fleet. She was pardoned posthumously. Let's hope I don't have to prove my innocence that way.
So how does the trial work? How soon do we need to get you back?
They'll wait a reasonable period of time for me to come and defend myself. Eventually, if I don't show up, they'll try me in absentia. As for how it works, it's less formal than an Earth trial or something you'd see on the Citadel. We're family. This is just the worst kind of family meeting.
Okay, let's go find the flotilla.
I was going to book passage on another ship. I didn't think there would be time for you to help. Thank you, Shepard. I'll program the Normandy with the flotilla's current location. The admirals will be waiting for us.
Launching probe.
I opened it, reviewed every line, confirmed every contact was still valid. And when I
Probe
finished,
launched.
I sent one email, just one, to a friend named Leia. Leia works in compliance at a well-known event venue chain, the kind that caters to high-end weddings, galas, and fundraisers. We dealt with once, but she
Launching probe.
bad deal through her ex-fiancé. Vanessa cleared the legal side. I handled the financial cleanup. Leia owed us, and she pays her debts. The very next day, Morgan reappeared online. Subtle at first, a fresh Instagram post, rainy sunset, vague quote, life is about rebuilding, not regretting. Then a new Facebook page.
Launching probe.
Gold script, luxury wedding planning with heart. No mention of elegance by Morgan. That name was dead. This was a rebrand. She even listed a new LLC in Wyoming. Private registry, no address.
Probe away.
Because within a week, the real identity started bleeding through. Client tags, hashtags, photos with her face, her voice and stories, her testimonials, all curated, all fake. But I didn't stop her. Not yet. I let it grow. Watched as she built the illusion again. 3 new clients, 2 venue partnerships, a fake pop-up workshop where she charged $400 per ticket, and posted the same photo from 3 angles to make it look full, all fluff, all mask, until she made her first mistake. She applied to host an exclusive bridal expo in a building owned by a holding company, partially
Probe
controlled
away.
by 3 layers of legal insulation. Name on her application, Morgan Brighton. New last name, no mention of the LLC's history, no mention of her scandal, just a curated pitch deck full of Pinterest quotes and fake revenue claims. Leia flagged it immediately.
Probe launched.
The application and scheduled a date because this time I wanted the stage set perfectly. The expo was a sleek affair.
Launching probe.
Ambient music, fairy lights strung through a vacant cellar. Dozens of vendors lined the room, each with brochures, samplers, demo reels, and in the center Morgan wearing a white out blazer, hair, and sunglasses.
Probe away.
Every fake member
launched. Launching probe.
Together last year. Morgan blinked, hesitated, then smiled like nothing happened.
Probe away.
So good to see you again. Yeah, I was just wondering whatever happened to Elliot's my Morgan. That's what your invoice said. Morgan froze just for a second. I rebranded, she said, waving it off. In correction.
Probe away.
Deposits you collected. Tori asked, did those rebrand too? People nearby started listening. Just
probe away.
Or two. Enough. Morgan stiffened. I'm sorry. What is this? Tori smiled. Just making conversation. Or should we continue it somewhere else? Morgan backed up a step, then turned and walked. Not fast, not loud. Just vanished behind a curtain. Tori didn't follow. She didn't need to, because by then, the mic had done its job. The video hit 3 small industry blogs with an epic. No accusations, no threats, just a quiet.
Launching probe.
Why are so many lines missing refunds from Morgan Collins? The post linked to receipts, contracts, dates, photos, LLC registrations, voicemails, no commentary, just facts.
Probe away.
People started talking. Vendors pulled their contracts. Clients canceled bookings. Venues flagged her name in their CRM systems. And then came the big one. A California bridal magazine that had featured her in a top 10 planners to watch spread.
Probe
They
launch.
issued a quiet retraction. No probe, just a note in the next issue. Correction.
Probe away.
We are no longer affiliated with Morgan Collins. Morgan Bright Events. And Morgan vanished again. This time for good. But that wasn't the real revenge. That was just cleanup. The real revenge was quieter. Following the expert
Probe away.
I flew back to the city for a meeting with real estate development. Nothing dramatic, just business. On the way out of the hotel, I passed a woman holding a phone up to her face, pacing in the lobby in sweatpants and a hoodie, whisper screaming into a mic. It took me a second to recognize
Probe away.
pale, hair, no makeup, no audience. I didn't stop walking, but I slowed just enough to hear a single
Launching probe.
I'm trying. I just need more time. I kept going. Didn't turn. Didn't look back because that was the moment I knew it was done. She would never recover. Not fully. Not in the same way she once ruled with filters and lies and forged documents. Her reputation wasn't ruined by scandal. It was erased. There was no one left to clap. No one left to believe her. And the silence was louder than any courtroom. Later that week, Vanessa and I sat on the balcony of Moore Mountain. The air was cool. The sky was clear.
All right, motherfuckers, it is that time of the night. But first,
Just sipped some tea and asked, "Do you feel clean?" I thought about it, took a breath, and said, "No, I feel clean." Fallout never happens in one explosion. It happens in
if anyone in the chat room has a potential raid target,
piece by piece until the old version of your world is gone for good. For me, it began with
oh shit, that's not what I wanted to do. My fault.
a young man who introduced himself as representing Bryce Collins in a joint civil proceeding.
You said what now?
Filing a case against Morgan Collins.
Your brain always
He said, "Your sister, you've been listed as a potential witness for the defense.
keep running down it. Your
Previous
mind.
experience with her
Feel free.
to be open to speaking with us." I leaned back in my chair, staring out the window at the mountains.
To name that raid target
Has she been sued?
in my chat room.
He hesitated. She has 3 counts of fraud, 2 of breach of contract, 1 by misrepresentation. There's talk of a possible criminal referral, depending on how discovered goes. My throat felt dry, but my voice stayed level. You'll have my
Ain't no forgiveness still.
Otherwise,
All you gotta do is take it.
not with fireworks, just quiet paperwork. By the time I gave my deposition, Morgan had already
I'm going to try to find somebody.
never joined. The so-called luxury planning scene is
Why you rubbing your eyes? Why don't you
reputation
just go to
spreads
sleep?
faster than truth. Even the ones who once defended her, claiming it's all a misunderstanding or she's been through a lot lately, eventually went
You said
silent.
what? You not allowed to go to
5
sleep
less
during the day.
forgiving, 2 small play of suits. Wow. Public on social media. And that clip made its way to a consumer rights TikTok account with 2 million followers.
Meanwhile, be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, make sure you show that love and respect to streamers you watch. We really appreciate it. 100% makes our day. As streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do the job without them, wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your Immortal Sith Emperor signing the fuck out, saying we are going to raid to a microwave. I will be back on Friday. So until then, I'll see you motherfuckers later.
I used to think she was just misunderstood. She was acting out because